Poi sei qua?
Test, test. You hear this? You hear back there? You getting signal? Test, test. It's 1, 2, 3. Test, 1, 2, 3. Go. Live stream is good. Roll. Test, test. Get it.
Very good, thank you. Ready? Yeah, good. Yes,
It's going to be a very short time.
yeah, you said we have to kind of film service. Do we expect full house? Okay, 80, okay.
So curious to hear your answers.
Let's see. I'm curious to hear
Especially on the, especially, well, I shared that with you and they come from Europe also, but I mean, especially about the trust and your customers are trusting in financial areas.
Yeah. Yes, we went live with that a bit more than 2 months ago. Yes, so maybe new, still quite new baby, yeah, but I think it's quite impressive. No. So we've used so far around 5,000 have used it. So the AI has had just a bit over 11,000 utilizations. They have. Yes. Yeah. Because they also need to accept additional terms. So kind of yeah. We have quite a bit of feedback. Very positive. Okay, so this is Selma, my last slide is a pillar. Then I have those elements, those AI elements, that I can ask the AI to run with it. Also have this advisory here. So I can ask it to analyze my financial situation. Then it goes into my financial analysis and tells me, okay, you're so old. This is like this. Tells me something about my savings, about my net worth. It knows all the components of my portfolio, so it will only tell about things I actually have. So it can also tell me a little bit about cash. This is life, yes. This is life. But obviously, like a lot of people are testing with my profiles, so sometimes the data is
How are you?
Hi. This is the actual. This is life, yes. So that is what this is what our clients use, yes. And then so it knows, okay, those are my investments. This is my third pillar. It knows about my investments, and it actually gives input how I could improve. And what we see is that the traction and the conversion on that is super good. So we have it works much better than it's very reliable because we produce.
Hey, good. How much? Thank you, Patrick.
Hi.
You already met. Great.
Yeah. Yes.
Wonderful.
I'm already demoing the AI, so it's.
You already sold it to Google. MOU signed. Good.
So maybe give some inspiration for the panel if you've seen what we're doing.
I just want to say hello to everyone. Welcome. Well, I'm sweating.
It's very accurate because the financial analysis is based on what we do. We produce financial components. So yes, it's fine. I've been yes. Yeah. So the thing about the privacy is that the AI itself will never have any personal identifiable information, so that stays all with us. So it's just like it's decoupled from the cloud. So what we do is we produce financial analysis that is fact-based. That's the opposite from hallucinating. Also because we have real-time actions, we can actually test against the output very well. I think they're quite impressed yet, but a bit both. Some of them are also a bit they haven't. I think they haven't understood the power of the technology. So and they have a lot of like in this triangle from IT regulation. This is on our own B2C clients we have from. So we have around 14,000 B2C clients ourselves, but then that is a market that they can take on. But obviously there are some banks, insurance companies that are watching very closely, just because the conversion is so we've seen that 1/3 of the clients that use this, they do additional contributions. And we know that around 10% is attributable that it which is always happening. I think what I'm also quite impressed is the data. So we see that a lot of clients that go in, they give us better data. Because they age and they're like, yeah, but you mean like my real estate is wrong, right? So they go and they prove their profile because they're going to get better advice.
Very proud of you. Super nice.
You know, this kind of data, I also wouldn't just go to an open source because it's very private. I wouldn't just go and upload my tax statement or whatever. So to get this kind of advice.
Or let's say at least it takes time to get there.
Yeah.
Maybe in a few years from now it will not be boring.
Not anymore. I think now you basically need a provider or somebody you already trust in between.
Exactly.
So, and then also, I mean, we're also a regulated company, right? So we have limits in what we can do. We really need to be sure that the things we do are accurate and are within the regulation.
It's one of the main challenges. Because you have your own lawyer and everyone is checking out of the regulation.
We have our own compliance systems. That has us in English, right? So,
What's your my Deutsch is English.
let's stick to it. That sounded perfect.
Das ist immer noch mit so
Pronunciation.
Da legt sich null weg.
You're working for American.
Yeah.
24 hours.
Yeah, we're two, my co-founders are Finnish, so we have technology. Yes, we speak English. Yeah, because Finnish we wouldn't tell. We met in Finland actually in Helsinki, and our tech design team is in Helsinki. So we combine, we always say we combine North UX design with the Swiss wealth management.
Connection between topics.
So this is very much your alley.
I'm so much passionate about it. Right now I'm reading the master's
Yeah, yeah,
Google Assistant
yeah.
where we're gonna work on web
Okay.
before even
Yeah, becomes a trend. Super impressive.
Benjamin,
I was excited that
du warst es, wo es
when
Blockchain
when it comes to complex use cases, you will always need a human. But I'm not so sure about that anymore. I think it's I think we can do like pretty much high speed.
Aha, ist nichts. Ja, du kannst Blockchain Power, wie Data
No,
und
I think
AI
we
Power.
also like finance, this not to do like financial planning,
das wäre auch so.
pension planning.
Ah, ja,
Things are actually
Ah, die hätte ich gern.
and they're just data, there's nothing else in data. It's a
Umsehen.
Ja,
Allerdings, das Blockchain House ist das gut von dem. Das
ja, mit der Bonison.
Genau.
Genau.
Das ist so schön.
if you this is so if you see, okay, you actually get better advice, you get better, you learn something. It's also safe when I think about do I share my allocation now. If it's just trashing me and they don't get anything from it, maybe don't do it. But if I know I'm standing here and I want to get there, it's kind of clear for me I need to share my allocation. Otherwise, how can you help me to get it?
Also Tastatur? No, so. Someone else coming? No. Ah, Palantir. Okay. Turn. Good afternoon, everyone. A warm welcome. Indeed, a bit of a warm welcome, I hope. We got some sun. The weather has been very volatile recently. We're here in a very historic building. It belongs to University of Zürich. The main building, as you can see, is over there. If you turn left, for the ones who don't know, university. First, a big thank you to be here. We have Claudia Tessone and Rolf Weber from the University of Zürich, the Blockchain Center, for being a gracious host to be in this historic building as we are in. Thank you very much. My name is Alexander Brunner. I'm the president of Homeofblockchain.swiss. We are promoting the Swiss blockchain ecosystem abroad. We have a few partners, and I'll take the opportunity. They also give a brief intro themselves, but all of this wouldn't have been possible with all our partners. On one hand, we have our in-industry partners. We have the Global Blockchain Business Council, which is actually a Swiss association, but operating globally and sort of very US heavy, but we're going to do more in Switzerland in the future. So thank you for supporting us. We have, as I mentioned, University of Zürich that makes all of this happen. A big thank you to our sponsors who are going to be on the panel later. We have from the US and Switzerland. Actually, the engineering team is here. Digital assets. It's more, I forgot, it's more than 10 years old already. So in the blockchain space, that's a long time. Liz will tell us more about that. As I said, the engineering team is here in Zurich. Hyperledger Foundation as well. I don't know, is someone here? Not yet. The Hyperledger Foundation, or actually they're called Linux Foundation. Hyperledger Foundation is both, but thank you very much for them for supporting us. We have Phoenix Technologies. Someone here? No, not arrived yet. Okay. Interesting because the co-founder, Carla, she has been active in blockchain and is now active in AI. So she can talk about those sides. Thank you very much. Unit 8, which is the fastest growing company in Switzerland when it comes to AI consulting. Not here reader, but he'll come later. and Guido is here from Sonder Crypto. You're a Polish, Estonian-based crypto exchange, so active in the EU. So we're going to discuss about MiCA and regulation. So thank you very much to all our sponsors. And we have, furthermore, governmental partners, the Swiss the Financial Innovation Desk that is attached to Swiss Department of Finance. Eva, I don't know, oh, there she is. Thank you very much. She'll have a brief intro as well. She does a lot for the startup ecosystem. We have different cantons here. I know that Canton Schwyz and Canton Zug is here. The cantons are supporting us. And last but not least, we have Switzerland Global Enterprise, SIRPA, which is the main promotion agency by Switzerland. And by this whole list, you can see we are very much a network partner. We try to work with as many other associations. We are a very small team. And actually, this event has been organized mostly by our director, Paula Valencia. So enhanced by ChatGPT, I think, with a lot of the invites or whatever perplexity, whatever she's using. But a big thank you. So this afternoon we'll have 3 parts. We start off sort of with the AI angle. We have a very interesting discussion because to our knowledge, we have Patrick Scher from Selma Finance. They already launched live a chatbot for clients and it's operating. So we'll be interested to hear what he has to say. He'll be joined by Unit 8, who does a lot of consulting as well. I know, so Mihao arrived at the back. We moved on. We have a chat with Courtney Bowman from Palantir about what is real or not and in AI, which is an interesting debate to have. We'll move then on to the whole digitalization and tokenization side. We're obviously going to debate MiCAR. It seems to be the favorite topic, at least for lawyers. So we have lawyers, but not only lawyers, but someone who has been drafting the MiCAR regulation and so on the crypto who's exposed to it. We'll hear how that, what the real life ramifications of that is. We go then into the Hyperledger Foundation. They're very much into open source. So they're going to talk about open source technology. Moving on to AI sovereignty, Carla Bünger, she talks about why it is important where your data is when you're using AI. And we'll we have digital assets going to do a big announcement. I can't say what, but they're going to do a big launch here, so I'm very excited to hear what they're going to say. And we finish off with the second edition of the Swiss Digital Asset Custody Report. And after that, we have drinks. We have a break at 3:30. My only sort of request is if you can, stay here until 3:30. If you want to move or go out, use the break so we don't have too much movement. And if someone wants to join from outside, we have streaming as well. So everything will be streamed, which is new. That's why we have all those many cameras, which is brand new for me. Sorry, yes, and we have our Home of Blockchain has our partners as an association with Cardano Foundation. Thank you very much, Sandra's here. We have MME, the law firm. MME did the first foundation. They did the Ethereum Foundation, so they've been in the crypto valley for a long time. And Aktionariat, no one is here, but interestingly, in Switzerland, you can tokenize your shares on the blockchain, and Aktionariat is one of those companies doing that. Not here yet. I don't know if they come. He's traveling. He's traveling. Okay. But with that, that's all I had to say. I'll speak a bit later, but I'm happy to hand over to Eva is next, our partners. She just did a big hackathon. Are you still re-energized? Did you sleep or are you still a bit tired?
Hello, everyone. Or do I have another microphone or like? Okay. So I just come off from a 48-hour hackathon that the Financial Innovation Desk initiated together with also a lot of important partners. And so, I didn't get that much sleep, but I'm here, so that's good, and I have had coffee as well. So thank you so much for having me. Maybe a short introduction. My name is Eva Selamlar. I head the Swiss Financial Innovation Desk since last September. And the Swiss Financial Innovation Desk is here by a mandate of the Federal Council to really strengthen the Swiss ecosystem when it comes to financial innovation. And with that, I usually do an elevator pitch. Imagine the Swiss Financial Center or the Swiss Financial Innovation Center being like this top star, 5-star luxury hotel. There is a hotel management, there are customers, there is this exquisite gourmet cuisine, there are suppliers. It's very busy, great reputation. The only thing is there's no concierge desk. So with the Financial Innovation Desk, I'll try to fill that gap. We want to be this partner, this one-stop shop place where the ecosystem can turn to. We will have obviously then also lots of information to provide. We will network, we will help, we will facilitate. And I'll just brought this here with me. So ring the bell if you need something, if you want to, if you have a question about financial innovation, we're there for you. It's a small team, me and 2 full-time equivalents. So it's our 10th month. We have also helped orchestrate together those innovation tours, and this one is one of 16. So all over Zurich and even to Bienne, to Basel and to Biel, there are innovation tours, 16 in total. With the ETH Quantum Center, with Google, with great other tours, also because we want to make financial innovation visible. We have so much to offer in Switzerland, and it's this really great network. And my job is, together with my team, to put a bit more spotlight also on what we have, and we can really be proud of what we have. If there are questions, I'm here. I will have to leave a bit early because I have to, go a bit on those tours. But if you have questions, I'm here.
Thank you, Eva. And you've been the counterparty for Elevandi organizing all of that, which is a lot of work, that I know. Thank you very much. And you have to tell me one day which canteen you're talking about when you talk about Go Mio in Bern. Is it the FIMA canteen that is the fine dining? I haven't figured that one out, but joking aside, actually, I forgot one sponsor. Sorry, it's SDX. SDX is the Swiss exchange, SDX. So they have 3 entities actually that do a lot of tokenization, capital markets. They'll be speaking as well. Apologies, I think no one is here yet. No, anyone from SDX? SDX? Not yet. Okay, but anyhow. So with further ado, we have the host of the room. Thank you, Claudio, for having us.
Thank you very much, Alex. Welcome everybody to this event of the Point Zero Forum. My name is Claudio Tesson. I am Professor of Blockchain and Distributed Ledger Technologies at the University of Zürich. I am the chairman of the Blockchain Center since 2020, which is a competence center that we established here at this university in 2019. And the important thing about the University of Zürich, that is, as Alex was saying, hosting this event that we're really happy to, is that the University of Zürich has 7 different faculties in completely different areas of knowledge. And what we stand is that the only way of understanding blockchains is through a completely interdisciplinary standpoint. That's why I'm really happy that Professor Weber, that is also another co-founder of the Blockchain Center, is joining today to give his expertise in the area of regulation, and which has been contributing to Switzerland and to other countries for several years. But as I said, we have professors from the areas of finance, business, economics, computer science, but also from philosophy, actually, that is closer to this building. And I am really honored for the 4th year in a row, I think, or 3rd year in a row, that to be part of the .0 Forum, thanks now in this case to the collaboration with the Homeofblockchain.swiss and to GBBC, but also for Rolf that has been doing this for the past years, including us in the program, to Levandi and everybody that is included. To us, it's very important to achieve 3 things at the Blockchain Center of the University of Zurich. On the one side, to coordinate the research that we perform. We are publishing in many areas in areas related to financial innovation and how this touches blockchains and which other applications blockchains have. Going into other things, like, for example, going from regulation to understanding centralization in different blockchains, what has led us to have very interesting collaborations with industry. And I am really happy to see some partners of industry as well here today. The second reason on why what we develop at the Blockchain Center is creating a completely interdisciplinary and educational program, not only to our students, but also to people from continuous education, industry leaders, what we're really happy to have been hosting for the last 5 years. And the third reason on why we exist is to network, because here in Switzerland there is a very interesting ecosystem in this space, and it has a fundamental role acting as a hub worldwide. And we are very interested in leveraging on these opportunities that the innovative regulation, the interesting regulation that Switzerland has developed over the past years, the stability that has triggered, that has inherently as a country, but also the very active ecosystem that we have here in Switzerland is something that it makes it very appealing for us to have this center exactly in this country. So I'm really thankful once again to our partners from Homeofblockchain.swiss, Alex and Paola, who have been very helpful in all this organization, and also to the local team represented here by Benjamin Kraner, that is the management associate of the Blockchain Center. Welcome, people. Thank you very much for being here. Alex.
Thank you, Claudio. By the way, Claudio, you travel as well, so you're always interested in forming collaborations with other ecosystems. So anyone interested to team up, reach out to Claudio. You were in Korea recently, I heard. Wonderful. Now next we have Sirpa Sima. You have the wonderful job of promoting our wonderful country abroad. That sounds like one of the best jobs in the world. So tell us, how do you do that?
Thank you, Alexander, and you were a big help in doing that, actually, since we started collaborating. Yeah. So Switzerland Global Enterprise, we are the official investment and export promotion agency for Switzerland. We are funded by the Swiss government for export promotion. So if you're a Swiss SME or startup and looking to go international, exporting your products, we're here to help. We are set up in about 30 countries with Swiss business hubs. They are in an embassy or in a consulate embedded. So we have people on the ground who can help you with that. So that's the export side, and I'm on the invest side. So we also have the mandate to promote Switzerland as a business on the tech and innovation location. For that, we also are set up globally. We partner, like here with Home of Blockchain, with a lot of regional or local organizations, also with the canton. So my colleagues are here from Canton of Schwyz and Zug, for example, and also the other 26 cantons that we have here in Switzerland. Yeah, and services, so if you're an international company or you know somebody who's interested in evaluating Switzerland as a business location, we are here. We have the no wrong door policy, so you can come. We are, as you heard before, we're really collaborating, well connected. There are different organizations here. We know each other, so please approach us. So we help in the whole evaluation process. If you're looking at different countries, with benchmarking, banking data. And then once you're interested and ready to settle in Switzerland, we help with this whole process together with our cantons. Yeah, I think that's from our side. And also thank you for having me here, and great pleasure.
Thank you, Sirpa. And one of the... Before we go to GBBC, one of the interesting aspects that a lot of Swiss are normally not aware of, and the foreigners are impressed, is that the Swiss, we're a small country, and actually a lot of the administration and the government, also the politicians, are really approachable. So one of the funny stories I've ever I like to tell was like 2 years ago at the World Economic Forum. We were at the party, Paula and I, and it was by Circle, the stable coin, and we were partying, and at one point someone came and said, "I think your president is here." I'm like, "What do you mean by our president?" Mr. Swiss, we have sort of a formal president, but it's not like a US president. So I said, "I don't know, I can come and have a look." But for sure, it was one of our federal councillors having a drink at the bar with his bodyguard. And I went to him and said, "What are you doing?" He said, he was told that that's the best party. So he showed up, and he created a lot of activity among the Circle people. They're trying to figure out, do they want to invite them or who's going to talk to them? And there was a long queue of Circle people, like, you know, according to seniority, shaking hands. And the bodyguard got really agitated. He said, "Stop doing that. We don't want you to draw attention to the Federal Council." But nothing happens. And I think that's a good story to show you that, you know, with Swiss, we're really approachable. And I'll talk about that a bit later. We really like to exchange, and they're approachable. We can co-collaborate. And that's one of the biggest strength, I guess, in Switzerland. With further ado, our last partner that helps us really get a global reach is Global Blockchain Business Council. Emma, thank you very much for stepping in, because Sandra got caught up at the airport. So tell us more about GBBC.
Thank you so much. I am Emma Joyce. I head up EMEA for the Global Blockchain Business Council. It's a delight as ever to be here in beautiful sunny Zurich. I was told it was raining, but it is sunny. We are the largest blockchain association in the world. We are Swiss-based, and we have a very strong presence also in London, Washington and Brussels. But we also are often in Asia, Africa, South America, all over the world. So very busy. We are dedicated to furthering the adoption of blockchain technology to help grow more equitable and functioning societies. And we do that by working with industry, many of our members, lots of them here today and over the course of the week, and regulators and policymakers around the world. Huge thank you to Alexander and Paula, who have put all of this together with all of the partners, all of the sponsors, and of course, all of you. I will leave it there, very brief. I know we're all very excited to get into the AI content, but thank you once again.
Thank you, Emma. So the question is, why are we're home of blockchain.swiss, so why we're starting with AI? And later on, we have a panel that will dive into that. And I think the gist of that, without hopefully spoiling too much, is like blockchain in AI deals with data, you know, different types of form of data. But what a lot of the AI activity in recent months and years has shown is that it actually matters who keeps your data, who manages your data, who transacts with your data, and who owns your data. And I think this is where we see a bit of a convergence this afternoon, and I hope that in the coming panels that will pop up again. And actually I'm involved with a startup that has a very strong use case, and because it puts data privacy, data protection at the forefront, the whole AI discussion. So I hope that you will learn that we're not only about blockchain, but at the end of the day, it's about data. How do we own data? How do we transact data? And one of the interesting, the first panels, I'd like to invite our panelists to the stage, Marshall, Patrick, and Mihao, please. And the first panel will be, let me quickly, just that I don't tell anything wrong. The topic is from classic AI to generative AI, Swiss startups in the global innovation wave. And I think it's very interesting, a very quick intro, please. We have actually only one microphone. We have one, I can. So we're really delighted because I still haven't been proven wrong. Patrick is the founder and CEO of Selma Finance. You launched a chatbot for clients very successfully, and to my understanding, the first one in the financial industry. There's a few more complications and regulations you have to adhere to. So we're going to hear a lot about what it is like to go live with a chatbot. We have on his left or on your right, we have Mihao. He's co-founder and CTO of Unit 8. He deals a lot about AI. They do a lot of projects with great corporates. He knows a lot what's being done on a corporate level. And last but not least, I'm really delighted to have Masha on the panel as a moderator. She's been with Google for 10 years. She currently, excuse me, oh, I'm sorry. And you've, at the moment, you've done different work, but you're with Google Maps. So, you know, and I'm really delighted to have someone from Google here as well. They're not always too revealing what they do, but I hope that in the panel we get a bit of an insight. And she's actually, I have to mention as well, she's a really competent in the sector, but her brother has been running the AI in Google he now left, so I can talk to him more openly than before. So we have a lot of AI competence and people that are dealing with AI on a daily basis. So it's not just asking a chatbot silly questions, but how do you implement that in a corporate level? So thank you.
Hello, everyone. Happy to see you, everyone, today. We are here with two of great leaders in the field of AI and financial area also in Switzerland. I'm super happy to be here. I'm Masa Bezadi. As Alex presented me, I'm with Google since 8 years, currently in Google Maps, but since ever very passionate about AI field. I have worked in AI-related products in Google, about web automation, and also before that in Google Research Europe in AI field. And today we're gonna talk about AI, of course, and that's why we thought about this panel, which would be super interesting. Together with me on the stand, there is Michal Rachtan. I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. Yes, who is the CTO and co-founder of Unit 8. Unit 8 is a Swiss AI consulting company. They are providing or helping other companies to come with AI solutions to their problems or to deploy it with them, right? And the other dear guest here is Patrick Scher. Very interestingly, Patrick owns a financial related company who is one of the initial leaders in Switzerland who has the AI-based wealth advisor, right? Immediately, I would like to start with questions as the time is short. So let's start with you, Michal. I start with you. Could you please tell us a little bit more about current use cases of AI in Switzerland? When the companies, they are coming to you as a consulting company, what are the most frequently seeing problems or asks that they have in AI and more precisely in generative AI field? Thank you.
Sure. So I would start it with putting this on the spectrum because we see companies that are frankly just starting and ones that are much more advanced than the others. We call them leaders. So what we see are widely in Switzerland, we've been deploying since like for last 18 months around 30 different use cases in Gen AI space. And almost every big company starts with internal version of ChatGPT or internal assistant. You can call it also Copilot. Yes, so that's very safe bet. This is where you usually start. Yeah? And it's deployed in isolated environment, shielded from that you control. So you don't need to send the data, for example, somewhere where you don't want to. This is maybe to what you, Alexander said, you want to control your data. Then second important use case that we see among the clients is chattable knowledge, sometimes called RAG type of solution, where you plug in your internal data, for example, policies, travel policies, or maybe some internal manuals in manufacturing company with hundreds of pages, and you're asking questions directly to the documentation, receive quite satisfactory results. And on the other side of the spectrum, the most advanced clients thinking much ahead. And I would call maybe one example from insurance space. So with this particular client, they're thinking, how are we going to be building contracts in the future? Or they collect entire portfolio of contracts and start asking questions about what's my exposure for this type of damage. I would put them more on an advanced scale because it's really state of the art. It's definitely not in production, but I think they're pushing the boundaries.
Yes, so we haven't potentially started with the safe solution. So we brought that to our clients a bit more than 2 months ago. So you can now chat with the Selma AI about your personal financial situation. And it's based on the financial data that we have of our clients. So far, we've seen that our about 5,000 clients have used that. They've had around 11,000 conversations with the AI, and it really is quite impressive also to see the result of that. So usually what we do is we make finance and financial analysis interesting for people that are not interested in it, which for me as a banker is difficult. It's probably the majority that doesn't like finance. And with the AI, we've now found a way to make this data accessible in a very personal but yet very scalable way. So we have calculated also in a white paper that if we had done this with financial advisors, we would actually need 30 additional people sitting in our offices just writing personal financial emails. Yeah, that's not possible to give that to retail or affluent clients. So for us, it's really been, I would say, a game changer also in our mission to bring more financial advice to our clients.
So when you talk about advisor and AI-based advisor in financial area, immediately the point which comes to my mind is about the trust, right? I was working in a bank myself before Google, and at that time I remember there was very little innovation in banking industries, for example, because users and clients of those banks, they need to have a full trust, right? How are you dealing with this problem and this aspect, and how are your clients trusting your AI-based advisor solution? Are they even aware that there is AI-based solution behind what they are using or what they are talking to? Or yeah, could you tell me more about that? Thank you.
Yes, sure. They are aware, of course, that they are interacting with the AI. They also need to accept the AI terms. So there are special terms for the usage of that. I think we are kind of in a privileged situation because we already have a strong relationship of trust with our clients. So they do invest money with us. They have already given us their financial data to set this up. So we have that. And I think like the data we have is not something you would just feed into ChatGPT. I wouldn't feed my tax statement into ChatGPT, but we can actually start with an existing trust. And on the other hand, I think we are also in a good position because a lot of people also don't really trust their banker, right? So it's when my banker calls me and say, oh, okay, you should maybe invest a little bit more, you don't trust that much. So we've seen that actually coming from the financial analysis. So you're getting a structured analysis powered by AI that works for us much better also in the conversion. So we see that 30% of the clients that have used that, they put more money into our product. They give us better data, and we see that 10% of those transactions, they're actually things that would not have happened if we wouldn't have this financial AI advice. So for us, it has really become a very powerful tool also of activation, and we see that the conversion really is quite high, and that means clients do trust that because they see the financial analysis, and I would say that they trust it more than the human banker, in our experience at least since the last 2 months.
Back to you, Michal. Let me know more about when a company is coming to you, when company leaders are coming to you. What are the biggest challenges you are meeting or you are facing when you want to guide them through generative AI-based solutions?
I would divide it into two parts as well. So first one is cultural organizational challenge. It's one very important question for every organization to answer is the level of ambition with such you want to approach Gen AI topic, right? Let's say you are a big publishing organization, yes, and you have maybe thousands of journalists, yes. Obviously, this trend will be potentially disruptive for you. But maybe if you're in luxury business, you have secured orders for next years, you know, like maybe it's a watch industry, maybe it's not that disruptive for you. So you have to answer these questions right at the beginning to set like the ambition for your organization. And of course, on the other side, there are many technological challenges. Yes, you have to, your technology stack completely differs than from the past. You have vector databases, vector encodings, different other tools you have to integrate. Also historically, managing unstructured data was not something you care about that much, like documents and text. So you have to catch up with these new trends because that's what's fueling your Gen AI solution. And you wouldn't believe, but there are also many challenges related to like basic infrastructure, like securing the network. And actually that's what's delaying our project so much whenever we start, because getting the experts from the client side takes time. Setting up basic infrastructure network is sometimes surprisingly hard. So yeah, these are the biggest challenges. And on top of that, there are not many well-established practices related to tracking and monitoring performance. I think it's still like evolving science. You even encounter issues where model can change behavior over time and you don't know about it because nobody informed you in advance. You think you're using the same version, but model was patched, you didn't know, and your solution doesn't work. So I think, you know, you have to tackle those challenges. Technology matures over time, and I'm confident that we will be able to control LMs much better in the future.
Patrick, did you meet any of these challenges that Michal described when you were going through your journey of coming with AI-based solution?
Obviously, yes. So, I mean, we also must understand we're a regulated entity, right? So we cannot, and that also gives some of the trust you were talking about before. So we must make sure that what we deliver as advice also makes sense. The way how we did it is that actually our AI is based on our very own financial analysis that produces some facts that then is combined with the AI, and also managing in a way that is preset questions, so it's not yet a free-form interaction that is possible, and that gives us the ability to test very thoroughly what is the output. I think where we had, and I mean we're a tech company, right? We know those challenges that you might face with the data. We very much had our data and our security and those points in order, and that was also what made it possible for us to be very fast in delivering this AI product to the market. But however, I think there is also, it's a constant development, right? You go from one model to the next, and there is a lot of learning involved. So you're also you kind of keep working on a moving target.
Back to Michal. Michal, imagine I own a company and I want to come to you and asking you, well, I don't own a company yet, I work for Google, but imagine one day I have a company, quite large scale and large size, and I come to you and I want to start with asking about AI and more precisely Gen AI related solutions. But my staff and the people who are working for me, they don't have any knowledge about AI or Gen AI. How would you deal with that? And how does the end-to-end journey look like for such a company to get information or to partner with you? Could you tell us more about that, please?
So we're going to start again with this setting the ambition level. Yes, you have to really answer this question because that. Yes. Yes. Yeah. So you have to. So starting with assuming there is this ambition to lead in that space, you have to address definitely the question of talent. The type of use cases you're going to be targeting will mainly define what type of skills you need to bring to the organization. Yes, if you're starting with use cases that rely on like API endpoints, perhaps good cloud team and full stack engineers are sufficient. But when you go maybe to more advanced cases where you need to fine-tune your models, do on-prem deployments, then that will drive, of course, the more specialized skill set, and you will need to bring aboard ML engineers. So that's the talent question. You have to set also, interrogate your company, identify the places where you're going to make most impact in the organization, and by deploying this technology. That usually comes in a form of surveying the existing processes, interviewing the teams on the ground, and you have to start with first lighthouse type of project to show the rest of our organization that it's possible to build something of value. I think that would be the good start. Yeah.
How much of pre-knowledge and technical knowledge is required for people prior to having these trainings? Because we are hearing right now that, okay, before machine learning was in a way that you had to have some basic knowledge about it to become expert and to be able to use it. But now with generative AI, everyone feels, or at least is hearing, that even if they are not having technical knowledge or they are from that field, they can start to use it and to have those solutions, right? How much pre-expertise is needed based on your experience?
You have this, when you start playing with those solutions, you have the impression that that the barrier to entry is very low. And it is at the beginning. But when you want to push the solutions to the production and build something that is robust and of value, then that requires strict engineering rigor. There is no magic solution. AI, artificial general intelligence is definitely not yet there. For me, it's an engineering problem, yeah? And that's the way you need to address it. That's the type of skills you need to bring to the table if you want to build something robust. I think I would also differentiate between the teams who build the solution and the users, yes, because you also have to take care of the general education of your organization, yes, like what Gen AI is, what it can do, what it cannot do, like current state of the art of the industry.
Patrick, my last question to you. How do you envisage the future, and how do you see the future? Let's say, not even long future, right? 3 or 5 years from now. Where do you see the future of your advisor, AI-based advisor solution? Where do you see yourself in 5 years from now? Do you have any goal of selling this solution to other companies or to larger financial industries, or how do you see this?
Yes, so I think I told you before, I think 3 years ago or so, I was cited in a newspaper and I said, when it comes to complex financial questions, you will always need a human. I'm not so sure about that anymore, so I'm taking that back. When I see what we can, and we're only like just at the beginning, what we can do now. So I really think that things like pension planning, mortgages, insurance, all of that, the advice around that will be accessible at much lower cost, because that was so far you needed, for all of that you needed humans, and you can really produce that advice with a quality at a much lower point, at a much lower pricing point through AI, and that means it will be accessible pretty much to everybody. So what we're working on is that the financial analysis and this finance AI becomes much more holistic. So that it becomes like the same as really rich people do, right? They look at their finances holistically and they see how everything fits together. Why has the financial industry not done that so well? Because there were different experts that you needed to get out of different corners, and they needed to process different data, and the AI does not have that challenge. You can just feed all that data in there. So I think the analysis will become much more holistically. If we also gonna sell that as a service, I think there are certain thoughts. We're also having such talks, but that's, I think, still too early. For me, the core in developing anything is always, is it useful for our client? So is it something that our client uses? Does it bring extra value for them? And then I think it's also commercially feasible. So I think you should not start with trying to develop something for somebody else, especially if you have your own clients. You need to start creating value, and that's also why people will give us the data, while they will adapt this technology if you actually produce something valuable for them at almost zero cost, that otherwise they would not have access or would need to pay quite a lot for, when you look at what traditional financial advice costs. So I would say in the next, actually it's not going to take 5 years. It's more in the next 1 to 2 years. I think this is gonna change the way how wealth advice is done quite a bit. In my opinion, maybe some banks they have not realized that fully yet. But looking at the power this has, I think we will see quite a shift in that area.
Super interesting indeed. Yeah, even for myself, imagination of having a wealth advisor that I can go to them at any time of the day. I don't need to take appointment with them, and they can be aware of my personal data and not leading me to directions that they want, but focusing on my personal need is super exciting indeed. Any last word that you would like to add, Michal, before we go to the questions? 1, 2, 3 questions from the audience, as we have 5 minutes left.
Let's go to the
right. Thank you so much. Is there any question in the room that we could? Yes, please.
Thank you very much for the elaboration. I have 2 questions actually for Mr. Scheer. First, as far as I understood, you are currently dealing with your existing clients. You don't do this for client acquisition, right? Are there any plans doing that?
Funnel where a client start interacting with the AI, we're bringing closer into the onboarding. That's one thing we're doing. So that you can actually earlier start to interact with the AI advice.
And question number 2, financial data is for some people more sensitive than their health data. Where do you actually run that software? Is it locally? Do you run it, or do you have it somewhere in the cloud, which I doubt?
So what is the financial data is what we run, right? So we just discussed it before. So the AI doesn't know which client. So the personal information is detached from the financial information. So the AI component never knows, is this my data, is this her data, or is it whose data it is. That stays on our side, and that's what makes it privacy safe. And then the data that we run in the AI, that's deleted after 30 days. But I mean, there is a whole, you can see there is a whole privacy disclaimer that you need to accept in order to use it.
Any other questions?
Very impressive. Your clients, are they asking more performance-related questions like stock picking and timing, or is it more risk-based? You know, this is my maximum loss limit, for instance.
It's more risk-based because they cannot ask stock picking questions because we're an asset manager. So we deliver the questions that we can answer from our regulatory side as an asset manager. So we cannot give also otherwise advice on a single stock. It's not something we do. So that's also something our AI isn't doing. I'm also not sure if the AI would do a very wonderful job there. I'm not very convinced when it comes to those like trading related questions. I think where AI can do a very good job because it's very data driven is about your personal allocation. How much should you hold in cash? How much in stocks? How does this fit my pension situation? How does it go together with my second pillar, with my third pillar? About all those structuring questions that actually also should come much before you talk about the single stock, in my understanding of finance. The structure is always much, much more important in the end than if you buy stock A or B. The risk level should always come down from your personal situation. That's, I think, where AI can do a very, very good job combined with a good financial analysis. So, as I said, we're not just feeding the data in there and hoping like something good comes out, but we're producing a financial analysis first that then is interpreted or analyzed by the language model.
Any other question in the room? Or you can think about it and ask later in the break time or apéro time. Thank you so much. With that, okay. I would like to ask you to thank our two speakers again with me. And I'll hand over to Alexander. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. So what I understood is it's more much about wealth planning, what the AI enables at the moment. It's less than investment advice. I think your question was more, surely buy Bitcoin or Ethereum. That's not the answer. It's going to give, I assume. We're a bit early, but we start early as well. Can ask Courtney to come on stage. Maybe you sit in the middle as we're going to ask you many, many challenging questions. Courtney Baumann has been with Palantir for, I keep forgetting, 14 years. 14 years, so very much from the beginning. Palantir has been working with a lot of financial institutions, with insurance companies, with the government, as we know, with the military, and I think they know a thing or two about AI or data or machine learning, whatever you want to say. And I think it's always important to distinguish, and we talk about that probably as well, LLMs or generative AI is one aspect of AI. There's different other forms of AI. I know everyone, well, whatever you want to term it, I like to call it, for the simplicity this afternoon, classic AI, everything that was been before Gen AI and LLMs. So I'm excited to have you here. We've been having lots of discussions about what can it do and what can it do and what it can't do. And I think that's the next couple of, half an hour we want to deep dive into that. And also a bit the repercussions maybe for a company, because if you've been following for example, Palantir share price, as some other companies, it has been volatile, and some of it has been probably triggered by analysts thinking that they're AI ready or going to profit from that or not, and depending on who's been writing the article, it looks like the share price goes up and down. And you have, by the way, seen that with other companies as well. Salesforce being a famous one. When they published their earning report, the analysts thought that they're going to be the losers, so the share price dropped 20%. So all of what's being discussed, and I think what board members, what CEOs are promising are actually having effect. If you promise a lot, at one point you have to deliver, and I think that will be very interesting to see in the coming month. And we turned our session a bit provocatively, you know, will AI leaders lose credibility? And I think that's a bit a hint to, there's very strong predictions being made in recent months, you know, from AGI to others, and we want to deep dive into that and see, can we retire by the end of next year, as Elon Musk sort of has been promised to us? He said AGI will be here, or do we keep on working? With that, I'd like to introduce, we have Courtney, and we also have Paula Valencia, our director. She's been, you keep saying, I don't know, ChatGPT number, which one did you start off? She used to be in ChatGPT. She now abandoned ChatGPT, but she's been active in AI for a very long time. So I'm very looking much forward to it. That's the panel where I'm also going to ask questions, and let's kick it off. Do you want to ask the first questions? No. Yeah. I can. Okay, the ethical side. Okay, Paul also works for international organizations, which is a big topic. But maybe I'll ask a very provocative question, what we just started with. Will you retire by the end of next year because AI will take over your life, as Elon Musk promised, and we're just going to be at the beach and surfing? What's your take?
It's good that we're having a provocative discussion. I'm surrounded in case things get really messy. I can't escape. The short answer is no. We're going to see results of this large language model, generative AI, quote unquote, revolution being very uneven. And I think there's very few places where the technology is going to wholly displace the workforce. There may be some places, I think chatbots are a good example for service subsectors of the service industry. We're starting to see more uptick and more adoption and more useful results. But across the board, things are very uneven. And I think it's worth observing that there's probably several reasons why that's the case. One, I think, most significant problem is this broader issue of bottlenecks. We try to think of, we interact with ChatGPT as a specific class of AI technologies. It's very impressive when we sit down and have a conversation with it. But when we think about placing this technology in the context of a complex manufacturing institution that has dependencies, interdependencies on supply chain and all these other components in the process that they're responsible for building, the products that they create, you run into all sorts of bottlenecks, physical bottlenecks, regulatory bottlenecks, and all of these things have different components that touch on reality, on the world, on physical artifacts that we deal with. So unless and until generative AI is able to disintermediate all of these different interrelated components, these quote-unquote systems within systems, we're not going to see wholesale displacement of the workforce. We're going to see some marginal improvements, in some cases significant efficiency improvements, but it really is going to be very uneven.
Maybe picking back on that, because last night at the dinner we had a discussion with Karen, I think she's in the room as well, and she said she tried ChatGPT to create a meal plan for her family, which seems to be quite a complex task. And one of the issues that comes up quite often, it gets things wrong. And that's one of the experiences I have as well. You know, when you use it, it does often do amazing things, but sometimes it gets very profound, or simple things even wrong. It gets it really wrong. And the observation that once it gets it wrong and you probe it and push it more, it sort of goes over a cliff. You know, it doesn't autocorrect, or it doesn't say, I'm not sure. It's like, yes, no, this is correct. You know, the more you push it. So how do you deal with a big organization as Palantir, that you can't just say to the clients, you know, I think we're 80% correct and 20% we don't know. How do you deal with that? How do you convince your clients that your system and your data is trustworthy as a system?
Yeah, and the example of planning meals is a great example, because it points to one of these spaces where large language models and generative AI are demonstrably bad. It's pretty bad at planning. And that's sort of borne out in the literature and in a lot of research. But the key to making these types of capabilities useful is to put them in the appropriate system context where you know what the risk profile is that you're building against. And you're building, what Palantir does is, more generally, we build foundational digital infrastructure for enterprise institutions. And that starts with the data layer. It builds on top of the data layer all of the security, privacy dimensions. And then from there enables the additional capabilities to do advanced analytics, including integrating and building additional artificial intelligence, machine learning capabilities. But you actually need those critical foundational layers. These include things like the ontology, which integrates the kind of core concepts, the semantic layer that institutions rely on, the way that they think about objects and entities and concepts, as opposed to rows and columns of data or unstructured data, as well as the logic that they carry out as an institutional practice on a day-to-day basis. You need that sort of ontology layer to help steer the models in a useful direction. And then on top of that, you need additional governance capabilities to ensure that the models are performing as expected. You need testing and evaluation and maintenance capabilities to evaluate the models and make sure that they're working as expected and to the thresholds that you need. And then that speaks to the question of the context of use. There are some contexts where trust really does matter, and trust is this complex property of relationships. It has an asymmetric quality where it's very easy to break trust, but it's very difficult to build trust. So in institutions and in practices where trust really matters, and the consequences are high, you have to really think about, well, what are the trade-offs if I deploy this capability and I break down that trust model? Am I going to be able to win again the trust of my clients or the citizens or communities that I serve, or am I going to be dealing with a massive deficit? So all those things have to be built into that infrastructure view of the deployment of these technologies to make them useful, and it really requires some deep digging and understanding of that context of use, the risk profile, the data assets, and the supporting infrastructure that you need.
So I think that was raised in a previous panel. It sounds like it's more complicated for a corporation to have AI operational. Is not just, I talked recently to an AI expert, or he's now head of AI, and he said the problem he has to deal with that a lot of senior managers just think you can download an app and then run it on your server, and then magically your organization becomes smart. You're saying is much more complicated. And to this point, I recently also was at a conference and someone from a big insurance spoke, and you're also testing chat box to have better queries, to have their employees better trained. And one of the questions that came was, what about your risk models? Is that also now also run by ChatGPT? Can you ask, what's the likelihood of a tornado striking Miami? And he was like shocked. He said, we would never do that. We have our models that we've built over the years. They're very predictive models. We know what the factors are. We can't just go to generative AI. But they're trying to have an interaction now enabled by generative AI. So I think it's much more differentiated than just having a bot that sort of answers everything. And when you see what clients you work with, you have from financial institutions to the government, what kind of use cases are they after? Is it the same thing? Are they after chat box, or are they encouraged to look at the data infrastructure? Because one thing you need to implement AI is a data infrastructure. Without data and good quality data, you can't do anything. What do you see your clients demanding nowadays?
Yeah, so we see a lot of interest still in chatbots and sort of co-pilot frameworks that build on this augmentative capabilities, taking what humans are good at and filling in the gaps where there's sort of menial task work that just takes up time, but is fairly kind of rote mechanics of making operations work. Semantic search, you see a lot of value in semantic search applications, especially when the model is grounded in a digital infrastructure of the institution. You sort of know what the baseline truth is, what the foundational truth is for the institution. We also see some useful applications in hypothesis generation. Again, this is a use case that points back to this sort of human-centric component. If you're relying on large language models to help produce a lead for you to determine where you should go next in your inquiry or your investigation, you still leave a place for yourself, for your human intuition, your subject matter expertise to build on that knowledge and to check the results that you're getting out of the model. The flip side of this is where we often encourage our clients to think about where large language models or generative AI are not going to work. And I think this is an important feature of grounding this technology and ensuring its success for institutions. Don't set expectations that the technology and the technology providers can't live up to. So things like treating large language models as a factual oracle, asking it to go outside and look at the weather. We know it can't do that well, but what it can do if you're talking about an integrated systems infrastructure is you can create an environment where you have the right handoff functions. You have a certain set of queries that you can engineer against and know that the language model itself is not going to produce useful results, but it knows to turn to the weather channel to go and figure out what the weather is going to look like. Similar examples with calculations. We know that large language models are notoriously bad at basic mathematics because it's not there's a statistical property, a stochastic function that's used to make these models work. But when it comes to basic mathematics, you want a calculator. A calculator is a proven technology that does it well, and you need to know what that trade-off or that handoff looks like. And then there's a whole level of this which is sort of tracking that those integrated steps in different system components so that you can go back and interrogate those use cases and make sure that the handoff functions were transacted as you expected, and that you have a chain of custody throughout that process that you can speak to if maybe it's challenged by a client who has a particular right or a regulator who wants to understand that you're using the technology appropriately or responsibly. So all those are features of the things that we recommend to our customers, as well as how we think about advising them against use cases where the technology may not be as useful. The final point that I'll make here is that we tend to encourage customers, particularly in highly consequential environments, that is to say where the consequences really do have significant impact on people's livelihoods, to think about applications that lend themselves well to testing and evaluation. So frameworks where you can actually interrogate the model use and say, yes, this is performing to a standard that I care about. Because if you can't make those assurances to some significant degree, you're gonna have breakdowns that again erode the trust of the communities that you serve and create real problems downstream.
Now that we touch a little bit of privacy, I would like to know, like, Palantir is active in the military industry. So obviously, I work for a big the organization, and as well. And I would like to know what Palantir does to balance, like, the ethical considerations with privacy concerns and the complexities with the military.
It's a big question. So my day job at Palantir, I'm the global director of privacy and civil liberties engineering, and that's an expansive job that includes the broader domain of ethical engineering practices. So beyond privacy, data protection, data security considerations, because our work also includes intelligence community customers and defense customers, a lot of our focus is on thinking through the implications of things like international humanitarian law, laws of armed conflict, how that plays out in the use of automation and advanced analytics capabilities. This is a difficult space. It's an emerging space, a constantly evolving space. But one of the things that we continually go back to, in addition to sort of thinking about how these established normative traditions of customary law and practice need to be translated into new technologies, understanding what actually works and what doesn't work. And this goes back to one of the broader provocations or prompts for this discussion, is sort of grounding the use of this technology requires a real world engagement. So the same way we think about building our customer base in the commercial sector, we do this through direct boot camps with our customers, where we bring them in, let them interact with the product in live settings so that or in near live settings so that they can see how it works and build test use cases and actually experiment with the technology. We work with defense customers in operational settings or in sort of near operation settings where they're building use cases and going through trials and seeing how the technology interacts with the complexities of conflict. We all hear about the fog of war and the difficulties that emerge in warfighting settings. Those are complexities that need to be built out and understood in the use of these technologies to make them useful. Because if you don't account for that, you try and build sort of armchair technology that fails in realistic consequential settings.
You mentioned just briefly the example with Ukraine, which I just learned like a couple of weeks ago.
Well, there's limits on how much detail I can get into in our work with the Ukraine government. But one thing that we're proud to have recently announced a partnership on is working with the Ukraine government on demining. This is a massive challenge of in the course of the conflict. A tremendous number of mines have been distributed across Ukrainian territory, and so there's going to be a massive effort to clean up those minefields, and that requires a sort of holistic approach to understanding the data landscape, where different battles occurred, what the munitions patterns might look like, and then using that to develop a model to go out and determine where these efforts need to be brought to the fore. There's other things that we've done with the Ukraine military, but there's limits on how much I can get into there.
Maybe one of the things, the ones who don't know Swiss, but we're sort of quite level-headed people. We're normally not prone to bouts of enthusiasm. But in the last 12 months with the investments into AI, the numbers that big tech is claiming they're going to invest 200 billion US big tech into infrastructure, the billions valuations of all those OpenAIs, Anthropic, and other Perplexity. It's really a gold rush that even seasoned VC investors in the Silicon Valley say they've never seen that. It's crazy what kind of enthusiasm. And obviously you have a few of the banner, or spokespeople of that trend, like the Sam Altman, who's very much repeating that AGI is around the corner, backed up by Elon Musk. And it has created an incredible craze, and it's interesting when I talk to people. I'm currently interviewing a lot of people. We did an interview, and it's this. What I observe is the following: a lot of people first time interact with ChatGPT, any one of generative AI, they're really amazed because something what we call, as actually Jan LeCun calls, the fluency fallacy. And what he means by that, Jan LeCun is the godfather of AI, he's the head of Meta AI. He says, because he talks, and we humans are the only ones who talk, we think he must be intelligent because he can talk, and it's very convincing. It's a very convincing speaker and also a very convincing liar. When it starts lying, it's convincing. But the question here is a bit, so we have all those outlandish claims. You've been in tech for a long time. But there are a lot of people, when I speak to them, and we had a bit of that with Mihao before, reality is much more complicated than just downloading the app and start talking with me. Even my younger 9-year-old daughter, she's interacting, she speaks with it, and she has caught it to say things that are not wrong, and she gets upset. And she just said, "Why are you lying to me?" And then it gives a very nonsensical answer. But the question I guess we have, and those were in the panel as well, should we also run like crazy because this is the revolution that's going to take away everything, and whoever rules in AI will rule the world? Or is that just another tech hype that will end up in tears like we had before? FTX, Theranos, WeWork. There's a long list of companies that claim crazy things. Where do you sit on that spectrum, on a very 10,000-mile view? Are we in the advent of a new era of humanity, or is it just money making by Silicon Valley?
Yeah, it's a very big question and a lot to cover, and I wish we had an hour to talk about this because I have a lot of opinions on it. I think the reality is somewhere in between and probably closer to the end of the spectrum, that there's a lot more ground to cover, and AGI is very far from being around the corner. This is sort of a classic pattern that we've observed in artificial intelligence since the late 50s, early 60s, this sort of boom and bust cycle that's precipitated a series of AI winters. And I think there's going to be something like an AI winter not too far in the offing. The question is how big it is and how bad it is and what survives that. And I don't mean to sound the alarm as an AI skeptic. I'm not an AI skeptic. I consider myself to be more of an AI realist. And I think that the realist perspective is necessary, because if we want this technology and the gains that are produced by it to survive these boom and bust cycles, we have to ground the discourse in what's real and what's not real. But you can look at all of these examples of instances where the hype has driven outsized expectations that aren't realized. And this points to another fallacy, a fallacy that was laid out in the literature by an early philosopher, Hubert Dreyfus, who did a lot of great work, pioneering work on critiquing artificial intelligence. It's this idea that the first step, you can think about the first step of a monkey climbing a tree is as if you're getting closer to landing on the moon. But there's a massive chasm between the technology that's required to climb up a tree and to break into orbit and land on a moon. And that's kind of what we've seen happen in a lot of these different heralded spaces of artificial intelligence innovation. To give one example, because I never like to talk without picking on Elon Musk, let's look at full self-driving capabilities for Tesla vehicles. I love to track Elon Musk's statements on this, because for the better part of the last 10 years, he's been saying 3 months, 6 months, it's just around the corner. We're going to have full FSD, coast-to-coast driving capabilities in general environments. And that just hasn't precipitated. We've seen some limited achievements in very narrow areas of operation. But in terms of full capabilities, and at one point Elon Musk even acknowledged that there's no more complex environment than reality, which has infinite degrees of freedom. You constantly run up against this fallacy where you make immediate gains that seem very promising, like your daughter playing around with ChatGPT. But when you try to expand that to the full domain of human interaction, thinking about all the mysteries of life, the questions that guide our directives in determining what we want to do with our days, our time, the better parts of our existence, there's a lot more complexity there, and that speaks to some ineffable qualities, or heretofore ineffable qualities of human existence that we just haven't figured out. And so if we think that AGI is around the corner, is going to do this for us, I think we're going to be sorely misguided, and that's going to lead to a big letdown and potentially a kind of slowing of investment and loss of trust in this domain, which is why I think we need to, again, ground this discussion, think about what's real, what's not real, and use that as more of a basis to figure out where we take the technology from here, how we can rely on building additional capabilities, whether we may be stuck in specific dead ends, maybe we're making too much investment in generative AI and a specific class of AI development, maybe we need to think about broadening our pathways and look at other types of machine learning, other areas of investment and research and development, so that we can diversify the approaches and see what else is working.
Maybe just to, as it's getting warm in here, I have a question for the audience. 2 times show of hands, just to gauge a bit of what's your enthusiasm on AI. And the first one is, who thinks that NVIDIA, the stock, will go up by the end of the year at least another 20%? Who thinks that's going to happen? Anyone? Yeah, there's a few. Okay, 20%. Okay, there's a few enthusiasts. And the other question to counterbalance that: some of you came here by plane. The ones who haven't just think you're going to fly back. If you now were to board the plane tonight, and then there would be an announcement in the plane, and it would say, "Hey, you're going to be the first test crew. Congratulations! The plane's going to be flown by AI." Would you stay on the plane, or would you leave and say, "No, I don't think I'm the best test candidate"? Would you fly with an AI? Just to give a context, recently the US Air Force did this wonderful, let's call it demo, where one of the generals was flying in a jet plane that was guided by AI and was doing a dogfight. So it seems to be able to do that. Would you stay on a plane if it's flown by AI, or would you prefer to have a human pilot? Just show of hand, who would stay in the plane? All right, okay. Good. That gives us a good sense how enthusiastic people are. I wouldn't, because I used to work in computer vision, and I'm very familiar with the problems of challenges, as you mentioned, and you were very, very nicely, because there are a lot of edge cases that AI can't cover. And one of the interesting properties, and I think that's one of the underlying challenges, we humans are very good in transfer knowledge. So if you learn how to bicycle, you can pretty fast pick up how to ride a motorbike. If you can drive a car, you can learn how to drive a truck. You can do paragliding, parachuting, you can do surfing. A lot of things we can learn. And if you think about it, it's not that you read a book about skiing and you read every book about skiing and then you said, oh, now I know how it works. We do a lot by trial and error. So AI seems to be really actually bad at that. So it's very good at one task. And one good example of that is, we have someone from IBM later in the house. I don't know if someone's here, but IBM Watson, as you knew, figured out how to beat any chess player in the world. Why hasn't it figured out how to empty my dishwasher, it has this thing and it was hyped. It's like amazing and it can play Go, but it can't. And maybe some discussion about that. Is this really, are we just at the cusp of that? The Silicon Valley answer to that is we just need more processing, more computer power, more data, then we will figure it out. And you allude a bit to that, no, maybe we need different approaches and just having LLMs is not going to figure anything. Where are you on the spectrum? Was like, it's just more compute and more energy and more data, or we need to think differently?
I'm in the camp that we need to think differently if we want to use AI in any form to solve other types of challenges that we encounter in our day-to-day interactions. And one useful way of thinking about this is, what's distinct about playing Go or playing chess? What are the properties that define these games? Well, games are hard to define generally, but we at least know that they adhere to a certain set of rules. It's a constrained board, it's a constrained environment. So that parameterization makes it an easier type of problem. It's a problem where there are clear analytical solutions, or at least clear ways of modeling approaches that you can play out through trial and error. The problem with some of these other things, like unloading your dishwasher or thinking about pondering the mysteries of the universe, or Sam Altman made an absurd statement at an event last week where he said something like, AI may be around the corner of being able to discover all of physics, which points out that he knows very little about physics or the nature of knowledge generally. But the problem with a lot of the space in which we operate is that it's not problems in this sense of constrained environments, a kind of board, a playing board with rules. There are mysteries in the world. There are open-ended mysteries where we don't actually understand what the right approach would be, and there is no right approach. And that requires a different way of thinking about problem solving generally. And until we build capabilities that, until we actually get closer as human beings to understand what it is to solve mysteries in the universe and our own lives, and by the way, philosophers have been focusing on these problems for the better part of the last 2,000 years, until we figure out a way to codify that and then translate that into some kind of machine-based algorithm, I don't think we're going to necessarily make progress against these types of challenges. The thing that you hear from artificial intelligence researchers and thinkers is, well, let's keep investing in these massive models, increase the number of parameters to 1 trillion or multiple trillions, and feed in these massive corpuses of data, and somehow handwave properties emerge. When you hear the term emergent properties, you should scratch your head and say, let's go deeper there. Tell me more about what you mean by emergent properties. What does that actually mean in practice? And then I think that's a good kind of bullshit indicator.
Everybody has like a PDUM. This is the typical. Is there something that worries you about the use of AI, being commercially, military? What would be your concerns?
So contrary to Sam Altman and the effective altruist movement, I think the quote-unquote existential risks are not real risks. I think the real risks are placing trust in systems that don't work as advertised. That's the most significant problem, because it lowers our expectations of what the technology should do. We start to, rather than expect the technology to to deal with these massively complex environmental questions that require all sorts of ability to navigate the ambiguity of our environments and to understand what's important and what's not important, to tease apart a solution, we start to accept a technology that is subpar, and we lower our expectations of that human-computer interface. That's the thing that scares me the most, that I think is the biggest problem, lowering our expectations. And then I think there's all sorts of other derivative challenges that emerge from generative AI, or the proliferation of generative AI, that we're seeing play out on a day-to-day basis. We see the massive proliferation of misinformation and disinformation, and the way that it impacts the political environment, the way that it impacts our general understanding of what's truthful. The common epistemological framework that pulls us together as a society can be eroded at scale through the use of this technology. And that is something that's genuinely scary.
I don't know, maybe some of you who have kids teenagers at home, and sometimes like this last week, to me, it had an epiphany. To me, these LLMs at the moment are a bit like employing a teenage intern. You know, they have very good days and they're amazing, and then in between they just drop things and forget things and get things wrong. So to me, it's in this infancy stage. So it can do a lot. And one of the interesting discussions I recently followed is apparently in research, what turns out to be sort of a divisive factor is, if you're talking about LLMs of generative AI, you can either make it very broadly applicable. So what that means, you can ask it a lot of things about a lot of subjects, and what it does, it sort of answers most of them okay, but it gets a lot fundamentally wrong when you're really broad. Or you can narrow it down. You can say, I want to prevent those hallucinations, as they're called. I want to make sure all of those answers are very accurate. But then what happens, it becomes very dull. It can only answer very few things. So you have this trade-off between either it's this, amazing oracle, you can sort of ask anything, versus it's very accurate, but then it's not so fancy anymore. What do you see, again, in clients you're interacting with? Where are they on the spectrum? Is there a tilt towards more specialized models that do, on a very limited data set, some things that's really accurate? Or are we still chasing a very general purpose oracle? What do you see? Is there a change or is there a learning curve with the clients?
It depends a bit on the sophistication of the client, but generally we see a lot of clients who actually, kind of having played around a little bit with the technology, start to grasp a bit the edges of its utility and the limitations. And from there, they have a better sense and an intuition about how to refine the applications to more useful use cases where it's more of a constrained function, less a grasping for general capabilities, and more they're trying to solve a discrete problem. They're trying to scale up capability on a discrete set of issues, and they know what the constraints are. They have some sense of what the regulatory risks might be and the accountability that they're going to need to provide. They also understand the perspective of their the trust of the communities that they serve, whether it's clients or citizens, and the risk of burning that trust. So I think that those considerations help constrain their thinking. One kind of reframing that I've often found useful in client discussions and more generally is sort of, you started off the question with the example of large language models are kind of like a teenage intern. I think these metaphors are useful to some degree, but they're also counter helpful because they continue this tendency to anthropomorphize the technology. And I think one useful thing to reframe the discussion for our clients and for the kind of the broader discourse and community at large is to think about this technology as a tool rather than a human intelligence. So move away from the language of intelligence, artificial or otherwise, and think about tool building. And in fact, this actually points to where AI historically has been the most successful, where it's basically absorbed as part of existing technology. I'll give a very basic example. Spam detectors for your email. These have been around for a while. They're essentially a subclass of artificial intelligence or machine learning that usually employ some type of Bayesian technique. But we use them all the time, and we don't think about that as AI. We just think about that as an embedded technology that's been proven to work quite well, and we rely on it. It's part of the toolkit of what makes email useful and reliable. I think the more we can think about AI capabilities as tools that are embedded in specific environments and applications, it helps solve some of the problems around product liability, but it also helps us ground the discussion in a way that moves us away from the outsized expectations of the intern suddenly achieving some genius state that's going to propel them into your job. So that's kind of a useful reframing tool.
Open up to the questions. Yeah, if I had a wish, coming back to my AI piloting metaphor, I really would wish that Sam Altman would focus on how to empty my dishwasher, because that's a daily battle I have with my kids. But I don't know if that's on the horizon. But maybe now opening it up. So we had a bit of a reality check, I think, on that spectrum from AGI that you are not very convinced in, to making it a useful tool. Any questions from the audience? Anything, or even a statement? No, you're all happy. You're all happy boarding the plane with AI.
Just to remember a little bit, I mean, I always look into a very ethical use of technology, and I see technology as a source, as a tool to solve many problems. And I always think that we need to remember that algorithms have mothers and fathers, and we have to keep in mind which values are inside of these models.
No, I think that's important. There is a significant amount of responsibility that accrues to the engineers who are building these technologies. This is one of the emerging challenges of regulating artificial intelligence. We're starting to see this borne out in discussions around implementing the new EU AI Act, how that responsibility gets distributed across this kind of full value chain, because you have a notion of AI developers, you have a notion of AI deployers, and there's some distribution of that custody of responsibility. And increasingly, I think this calls attention to the need of engineers to really think about what they're building, how it's going to be deployed, what the implications are of that technology deployment. And they can't just sort of think about this from the perspective of, oh, I built this thing, I hand it off to a customer, I kind of wipe my hands clean of this. It also speaks to the questions of how the rhetoric around the technology plays out. I think that forcing some responsibility on the technology providers compels them to think about making guarantees, or the way that they make guarantees around the technology's capabilities, again, grounding those assertions in fact, in provable, demonstrable claims. So I think that's an important part of kind of ethically steering this domain. And again, I think this goes back to my broader point. I'm not trying to come off as a pure AI skeptic. I do think there's some very promising applications around artificial intelligence technologies, but in order to make sure that those applications succeed, I think we need to set the right baseline for everyone's expectations.
There's one question. We take one more question before we break up for the next panel.
Hi, thank you very much. You just touched upon the EU AI Act and some of the core principles, but I'd be interested if you have a view on how time-bound that piece of legislation is, because, you know, okay, the EU have got a piece of legislation, great, but this space moves so rapidly. So how do you see the evolution, not just in the EU, but generally about this conundrum between technology and regulation?
Requires another hour to delve into, but
there's a coffee break.
So this is always the challenge with regulating technology, because the law is always going to be trailing the state of technology, and it's a particularly challenging conundrum with respect to AI because of the rapid progression of different types of AI capabilities. That said, I think there are some promising features of the AI Act in that it focuses less on specific classes of technology, though it does have to articulate that in the annexes. And there's some grafting on of general purpose models to account for the sudden rise of generative AI. What the AI Act does, for those who aren't familiar, is that it essentially regulates quote unquote high risk AI systems. And so focusing on this idea of high risk and providing the regulators and society at large to identify what constitutes risk, which is going to be a changing calculus over time, I think makes it more resilient to the shifts in the technology. But there's still a lot of work to be done between taking that kind of high level concept and then transposing that into specific regulatory principles and expectations. And we're going to see that process play out over the next 2 years or so. I think it's going to be a challenge, quite frankly. But I think at least there's a baseline of a reasonableness to the approach that may work.
With that, it's a perfect question to end with, because the next panel is going to be talking about MiCAR, another EU regulation in the blockchain space. Thank you very much, Courtney, for having time and your insights. I mean, I know we can speak for hours about the topic. Thank you also, Paola. You're indicating something. You want chocolates? Okay. By the way, the chocolates are from Zurich. It's a local brand, La Flor. If you want to try it out, the shop is not too far away from you. Thank you very much for finding time. Now we're changing gears a bit as we're now moving into the blockchain space, but you know, the unifying bit seems to be the regulatory bit, for better or worse. Can I ask the panelists to come forward, Guido? We have Emma, we have, excuse me, I have to look up, Andreas, I saw him. We got a, no? And Tanvi and Dimitros, sorry, no, it's, no, Andreas is after that. Dimitros, Tanvi, and Emma, correct, sorry. So you guys, it's going to be hard for you guys, but you got to share a microphone. I'm sorry about that. We had a bit of a shortage. But the title of this discussion is, I mean, it is in the crypto space. I've been first exposed to it in 2016. And back then, the ethos was very much, we don't care about regulation because we're outside of all of that. We don't care. We're libertarians. And that obviously has changed with MiCAR and regulation and the EU. Since June, we have the stablecoin regulation into force. There were the first effects already with Binance delisting certain stablecoins. And it will be enforced by the end of this year for the wider industry. So this is a very interesting panel because we have representatives from different sort of angles of the industry. We start off with Guido Bühler. He is actually the co-founder of back then Seba Bank, now Amina Bank. So he started one of the first 2 crypto banks in 2019 and has seen the evolving industry. And he's now on the board of Sonda Crypto, which is an EU-domiciled crypto exchange, and with that fully exposed to MiCAR. We have Tanvi Sin. You have been active with UBS and Credit Suisse in the crypto innovation space and AI as well. So you have the big corporate view of how that's going to affect. Then very happy to have Dimitros. You were involved in the drafting of the MiCAR regulation. So I don't know if people now blame you or praise you. We'll find out. But you also have now a company that looks into tokenization side of things with valuers. And last but not least, Emma, thank you very much for stepping in for Sandra. She's, as we learned, caught up at the airport. So you... And I know GBBC has done a lot of work with MiCAR. There have been tons of webinars and panels. So I'm interested here if we can summarize what does that mean, particularly for Switzerland, because as you know, Switzerland is not part of the EU. So we're outside this crypto iron gate that has now risen. And I'm interested to hear what the observation is from the panel. Is that an opportunity, a threat? How do you address that? With that, I hand over to Emma. Thank you very much.
Fantastic. Thank you. And just to check, we finish this at 3, don't we? Okay, fantastic. So we've only got 25 minutes. I am going to completely cut my introduction because I want to hear from my esteemed panelists on this topic, and we don't have long. We're going to get straight into it. We're talking about what are the effects of MiCAR on European crypto exchanges, from regulated stablecoins to staking. So basically, what does MiCAR mean for crypto exchanges? I'm going to go to Demetrius first, please. Can you give us a quick assessment of what has or has not transpired related to stablecoins trading in the EU? And in other words, to put it more bluntly, has MiCA messed up crypto markets? And is this bad for crypto exchanges?
I don't like the question. So, how many of you were in the event last year? No people from last year. Okay, I started being very controversial, and I will be controversial again. Last year I said that DeFi does not exist. Today I will say MiCA is not as important as it sounds. So it puts in place a regulatory framework that addresses prudential requirements that generate legal certainty and regulatory clarity in the vast majority of the activities other than staking. Because staking was not included in the original draft of MiCA. Back then we didn't think that staking is important. If we have an amendment of MiCA, let's say in 2025 second half, staking is going to be there, like other things that were not included, like NFTs, for example. We are indeed in the process of completing the regulatory and technical standards for Title 2 and Title 3, Title 3 and Title 4, the stablecoins. The regulation is already active since yesterday, and we don't have stablecoins authorized yet, but this is not a problem at all, because we do not have CASPs. So we have still 6 months to enact the process. So the listing is not necessary. Regulatory and technical standards are ongoing. We recently concluded the classification of tokens, which is expected to be a major, major pain, especially for Title II other tokens across the member states of the European Union, because as you know very well, we have MiFID, but we don't have a definition of what qualifies as a security. And we have passporting through MiCA, so we expect to see a little bit activity between the regulatory authorities and the European Court of Justice in Luxembourg. We expect on the 30th of December to have the enactment of the rest of the titles of MiCA. Other than that, peace until December 2024. But the peace is going to be disturbed because we expect 2 interim reports from the side of the European Commission. One regarding the treatment of NFTs and one regarding DeFi.
Guido, any thoughts on that?
No, I think in the financial industry, we've always been not so happy with the new regulations coming in. I remember my time from GDPR, then MiFID, and now MiCA. But increasingly over time, if you don't have regulations, it's much harder to bring innovation out of the door and get it into the mainstream. So I'm happy, finally, MiCA is in place. So innovating just here in Switzerland with our very favorable regulatory requirements has not been sufficient over the years, because we are such a small place. We need to work together with other parties to make any kind of useful transactions in place. Now with MiCA coming to line, I think we'll also have the confidence from the European Union and the financial players out there that they have to follow within the lines of what MiCA regulation has to talk about. So rather than have no regulation and no certainty on doing business, it's so much more better to have a thought-through regulation so you can finally do business. So it's in positive note of having MiCA now in place, today being the first working day of MiCA in operation. And we hope that it would bring in and open in new rails for more work that can get out of POC and pilots into the mainstream.
From a Zonda crypto perspective, we are very excited about MiCA. Zonda crypto, not a lot of people know that name, but it's a very old exchange, almost 10 years old. But it's been active in Central and Eastern Europe. And with MiCA, all the arbitrage capability across jurisdictions are eliminated and giving a playing field which is positive, and gives also the passporting response possibilities from the Eastern Europe to the Western and vice versa. So that's super positive from our perspective. The other thing is also protection. If you are dealing with an entity that is not regulated, who are you talking to? I mean, this morning I was in Zug, I talked with a young kid, which is 17 years old, and lost all the money because had its money at FTX. And because everybody was talking about FTX, it was a full assumption this is a good place. So in overall, regulation is equal protection, which is very positive. Last thing is maybe on the question mark is about the stablecoin regime, you know, to what extent it really enables the ecosystem, and we're talking about crypto, but the next panel talks about real-world assets. So this is very important because blockchain has a significant feature that is much better than the old traditional finance, which is the trade is the settlement, and the key, the private key, is collateral. So asset and liability management and the business is basically a given in that regard. And last but not least, from a Swiss perspective, we are a bit, how shall I say, critical, because the access to the European market is much more difficult now than before. And so this also, maybe next questions, is about the various regulatory frameworks and the positioning of these various companies.
Thank you. Demetrius, you touched on earlier that no major crypto players have been approved under the stablecoin regime. And you said that that was fine, but why? Why has no one been approved?
Why you don't ask the insurers of those tokens? Why, instead of lobbying the European Union about unimportant details on the files with a magnifying lens, they didn't put in place the process of getting a license? They knew from the very beginning, even before the inception of MiCA, that every stablecoin will be framed within the banking system. And this immediately sends a signal that they have either to buy or to found a credit institution or an e-money institution. I don't think that the regulator is to be blamed on this. I suspect, though, that the process being in place will accelerate the adoption of e-money issuers, not just the major ones that we know, but from everyone. I already know, for example, that 14 banks, systemic banks of the European Union, are exploring the possibility of having their own stable coins. And this will cover the economic needs of the Union. I mean, we can imagine the biggest stable coin, it's not bigger than 8 billion, right? It's like the first 10 minutes of trading day in the European Union. They are very small. And imagine Deutsche Bank issuing a stable coin. Who cares how fast they are going to be on that? The banks have an advantage. From an ecosystem perspective, this is true. However, the regulation is there for the people to start implementing it.
Thank you. So lots to see. We'll see lots coming up, I guess, over the rest of the year. Guido, as we are in Switzerland, and if there is a little bit of uncertainty around MiCA at the moment, what does that mean for Switzerland at the moment?
Let's talk about the strength. And Switzerland is very well positioned in terms of infrastructure, the ecosystem, and it has a fantastic legal framework, the DLT legal framework, which Rolf here has contributed significantly. And I think it's very interesting that also the parliament at that time voted anonymously for it. I think there were a couple of neutral votes, but it's a little bit like AI before. Nobody really knows what it is, but everybody recognizes it has a significant potential. Second point is wealth pool is huge. I think it's still one third of world wealth is somehow related to Switzerland, and it's considered as a safe haven. So also crypto assets are falling into that category. And based on these two components and the international trade, I believe that the Swiss companies that want to play a significant role have to go outside with their activities as a branch, right? So I know from some crypto banks, they also are actively engaged in setting up branches in Europe, therefore accessing the market, and that's a disadvantage. But on the other hand, it also shows a commitment to the respective market and accepting the rules and regulation in those markets.
Now, I understand that a lot of wealth flows into Switzerland, but it flows and it goes. So it's important that from a crypto perspective, if Switzerland has been a role model all that long, that set of conversation flows through the network effects, not just across the European Union, which is where regulations are helpful, but also across the globe. And in my experience working with the big banks and working on structured products and tokenization and a lot of good stuff, which is involving bank-to-bank transfers, you obviously have to work with multiple jurisdictions. Just doing work in Switzerland will not be able to prosper a lot of these newer RWA tokenization set of efforts. So to have MiCA in place for Europe clarifies what needs to be done and we're working together with MAS and Singapore and Hong Kong being the other very friendly jurisdictions. But the regulations have to be in place for the money to flow, and money flows without borders. And that is what blockchain enables, and the regulations help us to manage that flow more effectively. So for Switzerland, it's in a great position because we had the regulation to begin with. And to Guido's point, there are lots of amazing ideas, financial infrastructure in place, custodians in place that can play this game wider than our little rails around Switzerland. So from my perspective and the perspective of big organizations here in Switzerland, it's amazing that we get to see what's out there. So you can work with trusted partners and not the FTXs as being a good example to partner with and continue the dialogue further.
One specific opportunity for Switzerland is a real-world asset exchange. Since the whole legal framework does exist, and so far there has not been one global exchange with liquidity. And everybody around knows that liquidity is a plant that you need to nurture. Conversations and focuses have been on the legal side and technology side. And Switzerland has no crypto exchange, but it could be a real-world asset exchange in an ecosystem that obviously also involves then digital identity and all these questions. I think that's a space that Switzerland could be the next leader.
On this very point, I really believe that the idea of tokenizing financial instruments is the next big thing for the competitiveness of a financial system. The blend of tokenization with Oracle, smart contracts and machine learning is going to change completely the way we invest, the way we transfer wealth from the future to the present, the way we transfer wealth from the present to the future, the way we hedge, we manage assets. And the conversation, at least we have in Brussels, is to put in place a framework that enables the tokenization of financial instruments. It's very correct. MiFID instruments, we have the regulation over there, and MiCA explicitly excludes them because the regulatory framework is over there. However, when we are talking about smart assets, when we are talking about dump liabilities, we get into a process where we need to revisit if the market abuse regulation holds, having in mind what the new beast looks like, the listing directive, the prospectus directive, the CSDR, which is about the clearing and settlement, the strengthening of the DLT pilot regime. All this change completely the way we do finance. We're talking about a completely new paradigm. So I'm with you on the idea that the regulatory framework exists, but it doesn't exist in the way we think it enables all these possibilities of smart assets to flourish. We need to revisit the regulations.
Demetrius, staying with you for a minute, can you talk us through in a little bit more detail the next milestones for MiCA and how these may present opportunities for European businesses?
Well, milestones. We have since yesterday titles 2 and 3 operating. We have from December 31st the rest of MiCA enacted. We have 2 reports coming from the European Commission with an idea of amending MiCA. Obviously, MiCA will not be amended just for NFTs. Staking is very, very critical part of the story. Lending with crypto is very, very important. Another aspect is the collateral. Using crypto as a collateral is very important. And the most difficult to me is not to make the regulation, is how the regulation is going to be implemented. And coming back to your point about regulatory arbitrage, for other tokens, the Title II, I see a lot of regulatory arbitrage because you can issue a token which is another token in Slovenia, and exactly the same token in Germany is a security. And you hold a passport. What BaFin is going to do? This is the complications we are afraid to look at. We try to hide a lot of stuff under the carpet. For example, we didn't make very precise to the council that this kind of irregularities will exist. Otherwise, MiCA would never be completed. Nobody wants another jurisdiction to define what is security in their own jurisdiction. And when these things go to the court will say that there is no hierarchy between MiFID and MiCA. And this is the time for MiFID 3, with a definition of what is a security or not.
Thank you. I think we've got just under 10 minutes left. I know none of us have a crystal ball, but a year from now, who is in pole position to create the most business opportunities and innovate? Is that going to be the EU, the US, the UK, or Switzerland? A question for all of the panel. Who would like to go first?
I said again, like, it's not going to be one place. If we were to make this possible and bring in huge amount of value chain from the traditional finance, make it liquid, have more RWA tokenized, set up a cash rail for the movement of money. It would not just be Euro only, US only, Switzerland only. It would be the intermix of regulations and we talk about interoperability in blockchain. I talk about interoperability of, first of all, the standards, the language of what is a security, what is not a security, and the interoperability of regulations. That needs to be in place for this to be real. I don't think there would be one region that would be a winner in this game.
In AI talk, I can give you a lot of hallucination. So I think in the US, obviously, it depends on who is going to win, and it seems it's not Biden. And Elizabeth Warren and the folks are going to be replaced by more progressive crypto people. At the same time, you have BlackRock that moved in with ETF, and that shows where, the power sits, and if these guys decide to do something, it actually happens. Then we can go on the other side, that's China. There is the Great Bay Area, where this is basically the area of digitalization, and there is significant interest to incorporate blockchain as a strategic capabilities. Hong Kong was very averse, recently being very progressive, so I think a lot of happens in these areas. And then we have the Swiss guys. We have the bottom-up principle, right? I mean, if you think how the whole crypto valley was created, it was Vitalik going to the mayor of Zug, who used to be a socialist teacher. He's now in pension, hardly speaks English. I said, well, that sounds like a good idea, and they accepted crypto, right? And that was the beginning, and he was invited to the Silicon Valley talking to all these crazy folks. He was very excited, but he didn't really know what happened. And this is the power of Switzerland, right? You have the bottom-up approach, and you don't have to wait top-down until something is being approved. And then EU, if I look at MiCAR, there is some highlights that says we are technology neutral and substance over form, which is very positive. So I think that is also creates some hope. So in line with your response, it's a a combination of everything, but it's very much driven by the US, I assume.
Why you challenge me? Well, technological neutrality without not coupled with business model neutrality is not something sincere, and I see it a lot in the European Union, along with a lack of entrepreneurship. We have 450 million people, but the entrepreneurial knack I see in the UK and I see in Switzerland are not are going to determine the acceleration of the adoption of innovation. And it's very sad because both the European financial centers, the UK and Switzerland, are out of the European Union. But if I have to make a bet, I suspect the moment that the United States have a regulatory framework in place, they will dominate as they always do.
Thank you. I think we have time for a quick question or two. Does anyone have a question?
It's maybe just something to add to what Dimitris said before, because I think he's totally on point. Like you said, Dimitris, last year, DeFi, as we see right now in the negotiations, also with the RTS, doesn't exist. Like if we see what the Danish Financial Market Authority just published, basically everything that is out there, also Bitcoin, at some point at the moment in time of issuance, it was centralized. So according to that, everything pretty much would fall under MiCA. So we'll see if MiCA applies there as well. Second thing is, MiCA isn't as important as it is. I absolutely agree with that as well, because I think exactly, because there's other regulations that we need to look out for. So that's a very, very important point to re-emphasize, because actually everyone has been talking about MiCA, but there's so much things on the side. I mean, also for a secondary market, we have PSD3 that now came up, and we have so e-money token that would go into PSD3 and EMD2, right, and are considered funds there. But then again, in the wholesale market, we still can't have machine-to-machine transactions. So that really blocks smart contracts from being used on a peer-to-peer basis. So a lot of regulations that play alongside MiCA, and the question is, how relevant is MiCA ultimately? I really love that comment. Congrats.
Thank you. So I guess what you're saying is we talk about MiCA too much, possibly. I do see that there is a lot of interest outside of Europe on MiCA. There is a focus on it that comes from outside of Europe because people are very curious, I think, as to what has been done. Okay, thank you. Well, I know that we stand between you and coffee. Another panel. Okay, perfect. Okay, one more. Okay, perfect. Well, we will stop there so that we get to coffee on time. And thank you so much. Really interesting conversation, and we hope to carry it on.
Thank you very much. Now, obviously, we talked a lot about MiCA. MiCA is about coins as this, or crypto assets. But the blockchain technology enables also new instruments in capital markets. And that's a follow-up discussion because there's a lot of interesting things happening as well. So I'm very happy to have Rolf Weber here. Please come to the stage from the University of Zürich. You have been instrumental in drafting the Swiss DLT framework. We have Andreas Glarner, including bicycle helmet. Andreas Glarner works at MME. MME is the law firm who did the first foundation in Zug with Vitalik. So you have been very active in that space, and you know a lot about EU and MiCA as well. And last but not least, is Jota is here? Oh, there she is. We have someone who's truly an expert as well, Jota Nasser, who's covering at the OECD for more than 10 years policy. And obviously policy in capital markets. And what is sometimes a bit confusing when you listen to all this, and excuse me, and Stephanie Wickihalder as our moderator in the ropes. Sorry, Chef. No, I don't want to. I'm already, please sit down. Stephanie used to be an investment banker, now is on the Liechtenstein Banking Association. There's some interesting aspects because a lot of companies are eyeing Liechtenstein as a gateway to EU. But as an intro, just as setting a scene, because sometimes for people not too much into the topic, is like coins or crypto and blockchain and DLT is all a bit the same. From a regulatory point of view, it isn't, no. So it's different if you're issuing a bond or a share on the blockchain versus you're trading Bitcoin. And this panel is going to deep dive into that. And it's basically what else can you do with a blockchain and how can that create efficiencies and other positive effects, hopefully in the capital markets. With that, Stephanie, handing over to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome to the last panel. And as the previous moderator said, it's now us who stand between our panel and the coffee break, but we try to stick on time so we can all go to the well-deserved coffee break because it's getting really hot and I know there's cold water outside. So Alexander actually already took some notes. Now that's perfect because I would have been overwhelmed because when I read through the CVs of all my fellow panelists, I must say very impressive, and I'm really happy to have you on the panel. Thank you so much for taking the time. And I had a bilateral conversation with each of you, and I would like to start with that, what I discussed with you, Jota, because at OECD, where you lead the capital markets and innovation stream for the financial market, you actually did a survey and some research on why digital assets isn't kicking off. And I think you discovered some very interesting findings, which I would be extremely happy, and I'm sure the audience as well, if you could share them with us.
Thank you, Stephanie, and thank you for the invite. Always very happy to come to the home of blockchain. So as Stephanie mentioned, at the OECD, we looked into tokenization of assets back in 2019, actually before the Libra announcement. And we have a report that was published in January 2020 on the financial market implications of a potential proliferation in tokenization of assets. So that was Jan 2020, and now we're 2024, and we still see that the market has not really picked up. And we had an analysis and a discussion back in May last month about the potential reasons why the market for tokenized assets is actually not picking up. And to begin, I would like just to set the terms straight. By tokenized assets, we mean any either natively issued tokenized asset or a digital twin of an asset that exists off-chain, but we do not include unbacked crypto assets or stable coins. So the first thing we mentioned in the analysis as a possible reason for the lack of market for tokenized assets is the lack of liquidity. And the fact that there is no liquidity means that we cannot really incentivize investors to get into those markets. But if we don't get investors into those markets, we can never end up with liquidity. So it is a chicken and egg problem. Now, what's very interesting is that if you have a vibrant ecosystem, which is the case in Switzerland, you can actually help spearhead this kind of interest and involvement in a market that can become liquid. But this kind of ecosystem that we see in Switzerland with the SDX of the Swiss exchange and with custodians and the digital, the banks that offer digital asset services is not something we see everywhere in the world. So that's one thing. The second thing has to do with the fact that in order to see the benefits of tokenization, which we think are potentially important, we have to have markets at scale. We cannot really identify and measure this kind of benefits in pilots alone. We need scale. One of the reasons why we need this is, of course, because some of the benefits also materialize in the presence of network effects. Now, if we don't have a market that has picked up, we can't measure those benefits that will justify the investment that many of the traditional players need to undertake to migrate, at least in part, to DLT infrastructure. So that's another big impediment. How do I justify the decision to migrate to DLTs if I can't have evidence of materialized and measurable benefits? Another very, very important aspect that we have, I'm sure everybody has in mind, is the lack of payment leg that is in tokenized form. the tokenized form of money. And of course, one could say that we do have stable coins around now, but it is not exactly the same, particularly for traditional financial market participants, given that if we use stable coins for the payment leg, we still have counterparty and liquidity risks. So tokenized form of money in the sense of the wholesale CBDCs, again, something that we have found in Switzerland is something that could help this market really pick up. And why is that? It's because if we want to have one of the big benefits of atomic settlement, we need to have both legs on DLTs, of course. And again, another example from Switzerland, I'm sorry I keep repeating them, but it's not my fault, it's yours, is the fact that the pilot with Helvetia, you also had the particular experiment where you had integration with the RTGS, so it's not even necessarily requiring the actual CBDC to be issued. But then related to that, and I'll finish shortly, is the question of whether atomic settlement is actually even something that people in the market will be happy with. Because if we really think about atomic settlement, knowing that you will need pre-funding for all of your positions, you will not be able to do netting. This is something that has its own considerations. So the kind of atomic settlement that is both instant and simultaneous is not necessarily something that market participants are really looking to. Of course, it's important to also make the distinction between instant and simultaneous delivery versus payment. And the S&B colleague, Ben Mueller, with other colleagues from the Fed, have a very nice article on that. And the last point has to do with the framework, legal and regulatory. Again, in Switzerland, you have the Blockchain Act early on. You have some kind of clarity there. Legal considerations can be very fundamental. For example, does the fact that I hold a token accord ownership to me under private law? These are things that are not straightforward in every single jurisdiction, so still could be impediments to that. Sorry if I was long.
We're not long. I think it's really fantastic work, and congratulations on that. I had the privilege to have a little sneak peek, and it's really fantastic. I think well done, you and your teams. I look forward for the full report. But talking about legal issues, Rolf, you as an expert, as a professor at the university here in Zurich and very familiar with the topic, I would like to ask, are you happy with the Swiss situation?
Well, thank you very much for the question. I'm not going to sing about the hymn about Swiss legal environment. However, I think I should start with quite a positive assessment, at least as far as civil and bankruptcy law issues are concerned. As it has been just said a second ago, we do have a law, the DLT Act, being forced since 2021, which regulates the so-called tokenized assets or the ledger-based or registered securities. And we do see rules on ownership, on transfers, on protection of good faith if somebody is acquiring a tokenized asset. And all these aspects are, of course, very important from a civil law perspective if somebody wants to do business in this field. And I just recall the comment of Dimitrios. I don't know whether he's still here or already gone to the coffee break. He said, well, MiCA somehow has to try to find rules on collaterals. We do have the rules since more than 3 years. We can, in fact, collateralize tokenized assets. And I'm not only talking about tokenized bonds, as in Germany, for example. We can tokenize shares. So this is, in my opinion, really an asset of the Swiss legislation. And another important asset, which is not often discussed, but is important for many clients, and I'm speaking now as a practicing attorney, we have a crypto-friendly bankruptcy law. tokenized assets can be surrendered from the bankrupt estate of the provider, for example, the wallet provider. And this is not only the case if the tokenized assets are individually allocated to a certain person, but also in case of community allocation, if ever it is possible to identify the proportion which a person has in the community interest. If I know that I have 10% of the community interest, then I can get my 10%. And I mean, maybe a little bit ironically, it is even possible to have cryptocurrency surrendered from bankruptcy estate, whereas fiat money never can be surrendered from a bankrupt estate. So we have a privileged treatment of cryptocurrencies at bankruptcy estate. Now the other side of the coin, I think Switzerland has introduced also a relatively liberal regulatory regime quite early in 2018 with the ICO guidelines. However, in the meantime, our supervisory authority, FINMA, has become much more reluctant in accepting new business models. Maybe FINMA is influenced by the US regulators who are not so crypto friendly. If we look at the staking experience which we had last year, FINMA was very reluctant in practice, and only pressure by industry and by Swiss Blockchain Federation has led to the halfway acceptable guidance of December 2023. As far as DeFi is concerned, and maybe we come back to a comparison with MiCA, FINMA seems to apply several allocation points if the question of submission to financial market regulation is concerned. And maybe a final point before I give the floor to Andreas. FINMA does not communicate in a transparent way. We have the FinTech desk, we have the instrument of no action letter. However, contents of no action letters are not published, so every interested party again has to go to FINMA and ask for no action letter and does not know whether something similar has already been decided a few days, a few weeks, or a few months ago.
Thank you very much, Rolf. Now, from your field of expertise, partner at MMA, advising clients on tax, regulatory and legal issues, and specifically on the question on the no action letter transparency, I'd like to hear your input, Andreas. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you both. Thank you for the question. And I'm much looking forward to the report once it's published. It sounds like a lot of brain work has been fed into that. Yeah, maybe from my perspective, and I'll be happy to respond also on this non-action ruling. I think I can fully agree with what Rolf said on the general situation in Switzerland. I mean, there has a lot of work been done to make ourselves as a very attractive jurisdiction for projects. We have a high level of legal certainty around probably most of the urgent questions in the industry. Of course, there's still a lot of homework to do and still a lot of open questions, but I do not perceive FINMA, maybe a bit unlike you, to have become negative over the past month. I think the questions have become more complicated over the past years. So we're moving into more and more details, and more knowledge is available. So in principle, I believe FINMA has still a very clear path. It keeps on following for the past 8-9 years. They've been working on that. The first FINMA discussion we had after the issuance of Ethereum, and basically the path is still the same. I don't like, I mean, I understand that it creates a bit of market frustration that those rulings are not public, but then on the other hand, I must admit, those are future business plans of our clients, which I do not want to be disclosed in any way, and therefore can't be publicly. I think it's kind of core of the matter that those things are treated confidential, and I think it would be very difficult to analyze that data without sharing confidential information, because the devil lies in the technical details, and so you can't provide much anonymized data as FINMA. I think when we look at homeworks ahead of us, I think we also, maybe one last thing on FINMA, which we need to understand. The FinTech desk is a very helpful tool for the public to go and talk to FINMA and get a potential answer on certain views they take. But it is always a FINMA approach. It's not the law as such. So it's their view on a particular questions you ask FINMA. And of course, if you ask an authority for permission, they're going to be very conservative on that. That's their role. They're not going to be pushing the limits with their response. So you need to carefully think what kind of questions do you ask and consider what kind of response you may get. And what we perceive that the enforcement practice of FINMA, which is, in my view, the decisive practice when it comes to seeing where FINMA really stands on certain topics, that is less critical also versus DeFi than the FinTech desk may be in their responses. So that's important to note. Yeah, and maybe one more thing, if I may, and also circling back a bit to the discussion our panel had previously, is the discussion on, how are we moving forward? How is Switzerland going to be positioned once MiCAR is in force in 25? And if I look, and I'd be very interested to hear your views on that, look at the Swiss crypto blockchain industry, I kind of segment it into 4 pillars, if you want. It's a bit, in a nutshell, it's made a bit easier than it actually is, but we have the native token issuers, all the layer 1s, all the payment token, utility token style projects which are domiciled in Switzerland. Then we have those NFT and DeFi projects here in Switzerland. We have a lot of financial services like Seba Bank and exchanges and other players in the industry. And then we have the tokenizers, like tokenized project, tokenized real-world asset, tokenized securities, whatever that may be. And now if you look at those 4 pillars, and I think all of them are very important for Switzerland as an industry jurisdiction, MiCA only addresses one of them. It addresses the financial services. Of course, it also addresses the token issuing topic, but there it is really how to access the market from abroad. You need to play along the rules, but you don't need to set up an entity within the European Union for that. You can do that as we can do it now out of Switzerland in the future. So looking at those 4 pillars and saying, okay, one of them is going to be important, that I really have a foot on the European ground, I get a license within one of the European jurisdictions, but I still have the other 3 pillars. So I think from a kind of consequence perspective for the Swiss industry, MiCAR, of course, will have an impact. It's going to be important for many players, and many players will need to change the way they conduct business in certain ways, but the impact is not going to be as big as many believe at the time being.
Thank you, Andreas. So following up on the MiCAR, even though we discussed before, and as you know, I also wear the hat working part-time in Liechtenstein, the question would be, would Liechtenstein be a good gateway if you actually would require substance within a European country to perform your business? If I may, Rolf, get your view on that.
Well, I think my first statement would be that MiCAR does not contain any market access rules, and this has already been said by Guido in the last panel. And as long as a Swiss financial services provider does not have access to the EU markets, it is not possible to conduct the cross-border business. And if EU markets are really important or could play a role, then somehow another avenue would have to be chosen. And for Swiss providers, indeed, Liechtenstein is probably the easiest escape place. I do not mean it negatively, because Vaduz is very close to Zug, and Zurich, we know the legal system, we know the people in the Financial Market Authority in Liechtenstein, and that's the reason why several financial services providers, being in principle domiciled in Switzerland, open a subsidiary in Liechtenstein. Once again, this is not a bad sign, and as Andreas has said, such a move would be necessary, or at least would have to be considered if business is concerned, which is regulated by MiCAR. An NFT provider does not have to go to Liechtenstein, because NFTs can be issued in Switzerland, at least as long as the NFTs do not qualify as securities. And indeed, in practical life, I had to recommend to clients once in a while, please consider Liechtenstein somehow in order to open the avenue to the EU markets. What I would perhaps like to add is the following: just if we compare the Swiss and the EU MiCAR situation in Switzerland, we have a so-called principles-based regulation. In other words, we have a few stated rules and the rest is interpretation. MiCAR is a rules-based regulation having more than 100 pages, giving a high degree of legal certainty. However, the clause is somehow tighter in Europe, and therefore each provider has to decide whether this makes sense for the business model or whether it doesn't make so much sense.
Thank you. Is there anything you would like to ask, Andreas? And just for the audience, I on purpose did not ask Jota because from an OECD perspective, she's not allowed to comment on regulation. It's not that I on purpose left her out.
Yeah, maybe one small thing, not making any commercial for Liechtenstein here, prefer making commercial for Switzerland, of course, but I think that one of the from an operational point of view, nice things is that you can, if you set up in Switzerland and access the European market through Liechtenstein, you can keep part of the substance, the operational substance here in Switzerland. So you don't double the costs on many things. So that's very helpful. But maybe kind of circling back a bit on the topic of tokenization and how tokenization in the future, and seeing Switzerland and its regulatory regime being in place there. What you mentioned at the very beginning, I very much agree. I think tokenization from a regulatory perspective, we have solved many homeworks and issues, and Rolf said the civil law regime in Switzerland is intact and works, and that also applies to other jurisdictions. I think it's more about liquidity and actually get the players moving to kind of get these markets really working. And now, if I may ask, and I'm sorry playing the moderator here, so I hope that's okay, but I was curious then if now as part of this OECD homework that you've done and identified this lack of liquidity, where do you believe this liquidity will arise and how?
So it's an interesting question. I'll give just one example of potential ways to act as catalysts. But then I will explain why I will not elaborate further. So you could imagine that if you had sovereign issuance at large scale, that would bring a bit more investors in and create more liquid markets. Even just the fact that the sizes are different when we're talking about corporate and sovereign bonds. So sovereign bond issuance could be considered as one of the ways to create a catalyst that brings in liquidity and investors. But this is not the point of the exercise, because what we realized at the end of the exercise, if Stephanie allows me to elaborate, not directly on your question, but very much related to it, is the fact that, is this a discussion we should be having at the policymaking level? Because at the end of the day, whether a business will choose to work on DLTs and whether an investor will choose to invest in DLT-based assets or not is a business decision. So for the policy-making community, this was an interesting exercise, but somehow it may not really be within our turf. And that's, I think, something important to keep in mind.
Following up on that, you mentioned at the very end of our call that you basically summarized it, at the end of the day, it's an industry decision. So my immediate question was back, well, who do you consider as being the industry? So you're saying basically now the market. But wouldn't it be also the clients, the end user, and how do we get them up to speed, allowing them to even consider and to understand the assets, the digital assets?
I guess it's the clients of Andreas and Rolf, so they can elaborate further.
Well, it should be, and at the end of the day, it's really what you say. It's about efficiency, and if this gain in efficiency pays off the investment, and that is the market which will decide. And my assumption is it will just take longer than everybody expected. I think we had a similar title on a panel already back in 2016, and we expected that, right, Guido, to be happening in 17, 18, but it didn't yet, so we'll see.
Well, I would of course go along with the comments which have been just made. Before things take longer, maybe there's also in certain situations, as far as investors are concerned, we have a lack of liquidity. We have maybe too many collapses, starting with Luna and going to FTX, and these collapses most likely influence the smaller investors not so much in into the good direction, but I'm relatively confident that demand will increase over the next years, slightly slower than we thought, but it will come.
So that means passing on the ball to all of you out there, act as ambassador, educate as good as you can, so we can really kick it off as a group. With that, it's I got the sign, I got 2 more minutes, but that gives me the option to all of you, with all these super experts on panel, whom would you like to ask a question? Ah, you're too tired, I see. I see the coffee break. This is more sexier than asking a question. Would you like to actually do the last words? And I thank you all very much for taking the time being on the panel.
Thank you very much. We start again at 4 o'clock, so it's half an hour of a break. I urge you to come back because we have someone who's been in the industry for a long time. The co-founder of Chainlink will be here together with Hyperledger Foundation. I'm sure it is interesting to get a bit of the US view on things. With that, meet you in the coffee break. Thank you. Now it's working. I have one request. I know it's a bit difficult for the speakers. You have one microphone, but it has been requested by the audience to keep the microphone close and speak clearly. So don't do this. Do that. It's a bit hauka, but you'll do that. Thank you for coming back. It's 4 o'clock. We have our second session, deep dive into blockchain, digital assets, and crypto. We're really delighted to have someone here who's been a founder in this industry, who's normally on very big stages, but he just told me, Sergio, that you actually like this small environment. Sometimes it's nice to be very close and cool and not. Last time I saw you was in Barcelona from far away, so that's a different setting. We're very happy to have Hyperledger Foundation here. It'll be from our moderator will be Karen. You're the marketing lead at Hyperledger Foundation. It's Hyperledger Foundation in Linux now, sort of very close together. I saw that Daniela Barbarossa, she's in here as well. Oh, there, over there. There's some, and the CTO of Hyperledger is here as well. So we're very happy to have a discussion about the future of money with open source technology. Open source, as you know, Linux is an open source technology. I'm very interested to hear what the insights are, why this is important in the world of crypto and blockchain. We also have Javier Garcia from Kaleido and Dr. Joanna Powell from DTCC from the US. With that, hand over to you, Karen, and interested to hear what you have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to invite my panelists to come join me. Thank you, Alex, for that introduction. I'm Karen O'Toney, Senior Director of Ecosystem and Strategic Initiatives at Hyperledger Foundation. If you're not familiar with Hyperledger, we are a nonprofit that's the home for open source blockchain technologies within the Linux Foundation. I'm very excited to be speaking here with you today because it's a week after we did a pretty important announcement for us last week where the Linux Foundation announced an intent to form Linux Foundation Decentralized Trust, which is going to be essentially the evolution of Hyperledger Foundation into a broader umbrella organization that's going to build on the global strength of Linux, blockchain and digital identity projects that we already have, and encompass a more growing portfolio of open source software, which we've been doing for almost 10 years already, but in addition to that, standards, specifications that are critical to this shift that's happening to implement decentralized systems and infrastructures in a variety of different industries and spaces. So here with me today are a group of our Hyperledger members who are automatically founding members of Linux Foundation Decentralized Trust. So we're excited to have everyone here today and to be here with the Homeofblockchain.swiss. So I want to start off with to kind of build on the announcement we had last week and see what you all can share with us and the audience about why you think open source, openly governed, decentralized technologies are so important to the future of money, which is obviously a hot topic this week. We'll have to pass the microphone.
Sure, I start, that's fine. Thank you very much, Karen. I really appreciate to be here and really excited about this topic. I guess that my colleagues are going to explain a lot about why we believe it has to be open source, but I will just summarize it into one single thing, which is if we are talking about money and we all believe money is a public good, then the infrastructure that has to govern money has to be public and has to be open source.
Yeah, that's very well that's very well said. I mean, generally speaking, I think open source technology wins on a few levels. One level is that there's more people that are looking at it from a security point of view, and this has been one of the reasons why open source technology over time has won out and had less failures than many closed source private repos, because there's a community of people that are putting more and more eyes on the technology. One way to think about it that I really like the explanation of, this was initially explained to me, I think, by one of the core Bitcoin developer folks, is that it's like an immune system, basically. So the amount of stuff and the amount of kind of the amount of attempts that go after an open source system because it's open is greater, and the amount of eyes on it and the amount of people looking to fix it is greater. So generally, it's a much more reliable system. I feel that if you open source, if you were to open up a lot of the private repos and the private systems that are currently running some of the world, you would find that they actually have a lot of really serious flaws. Whereas the open source systems out in the open have been getting knocked on pretty consistently. So I think the first key thing is that they're more secure, generally speaking, and this is why they tend to win out. This is why, for example, Linux beat out Microsoft Server, why the majority of the internet runs on Linux. One of the key reasons is the security aspect. The other aspect is that people don't want to be locked into all kinds of wacky commercial arrangements where I can only use the technology if I'm signed up with your company. And frankly, the bigger the organization is, the more they care about this. And in many cases, I've seen certain market infrastructures and central banks even require that it's open source, or that they get a perpetual license to the technology on like a no-fee basis if they do the deal. Because, yeah, they're looking to run infrastructure for decades, right? And they don't want to be locked into some weird commercial agreement. This is why a lot of the folks that have been trying to sell closed source private technology are finding it harder and harder because it's just like a bad deal in many cases. And plus you can't switch out the implementer, right? So if it's open source, you can switch out one implementer for another implementer. You don't like how they implement it, you can keep your system, get another implementer. So it's, these are, I would say, the two big factors. And then there's the ideological factor, which I also generally agree with. So three very good reasons from my end.
All very good reasons from you guys. I think, obviously I agree with the increase in security and resiliency. You have a lot of eyes, obviously, on open source software. You can get bug fixes much faster than you would in a closed system. Cost efficiency is a huge factor as well. Open source software tends to be free versus, proprietary software. I think another angle is innovation. So, innovators and, single developers actually have these blocks of code that they can use and reuse over and over, and they can build upon that. So that's a great thing as well. I think it also enables you to push for interoperability. So the more open source software companies are using, individuals are using, the more momentum there is toward creating interoperability.
Thank you so much. How are each of your companies leveraging open source and decentralized technologies, and what are some of the critical applications that you're building or you want to see built?
Should I always start the first one? That's fine, yeah, that's cool. Yeah, so I don't know if you know, but I'm working for Kaleido. Kaleido is an enterprise blockchain company that focuses on infrastructure and also on digital assets and tokenization. We are very close to the Linux Foundation because obviously we were founders of it, but Kaleido as a company was founded by a bunch of people that were coming from IBM. They were the people who were working on the IBM blockchain lab and then did their first contribution to the Linux Foundation that was kind of like the seed contribution to create Hyperledger Fabric. We as a company as well, we are also maintainers for Hyperledger Vetsu, which is a very well-known project by everyone on the AVM stack. And also, a couple of years ago, we released our own kind of like middleware orchestration engine that was called Hyperledger Firefly as well, kind of like trying to contribute to the community and make sure that everyone in the world can start using our middleware to orchestrate transactions to any single protocol, or even kind of like understand how transactions should be received, events, etc. We as a company are working very closely with central banks, with corporate banks. We're working as well with organizations as SWIFT, with the World Bank, the AMF. And essentially what we're trying to make sure is that these companies try to understand how to use technology in an efficient way and in an easy and modular way. So we're using this concept of open source software to make sure that they understand they can use something that doesn't have any vendor lock-in, which is really very important, but they can get our enterprise kind of like features on top of it, so make sure that it's really available for their use cases. Most of these companies are regulated entities. They need to have backups. They need to recover the data. They need to be 24/7 available. They need some infrastructure requirements in different regions. So we are offering these functionalities to them to make sure they can benefit from everything that the open source community is giving to them, but also covering all their needs according to digital money, digital assets, and how we can start combining all of them. And probably we will touch base on that afterwards.
Yeah, so Chainlink itself is largely open source. CCIP, the cross-chain interoperability protocol we make, is now becoming the most widely used source of interoperability across chains in the kind of capital markets, TradFi world. We have some public work with Swift that has gone out. We've also had some work with DTCC and some others, of similar size where we have work ongoing that isn't public. And basically, I think that the way that we leverage open source is connecting multiple open source systems together because basically the blockchains that we connect are all largely open source. And then there needs to be another open source kind of middleware interoperability layer at a low level, at the protocol level, connecting all these different blockchain technologies. And there can be interoperability within blockchain technologies, but even interoperability across blockchain technologies is something that doesn't exist. So basically, our approach is that you need a single global open source set of standards for how data flows into and out of contracts and how data and value flow between chains. And this standard also needs to be open source so that all the world's central banks, market infrastructures, messaging systems, banks, and asset managers can adopt it. So that's the basic idea behind CCIP, is that it's a single global open source standard that everybody can adopt, similarly to how the internet is powered by TCP/IP. Like there's many different banks on the internet, there's many different fintechs. There isn't like a startup internet and a bank internet and some other internet. There's just one big internet. And so we're all on one big internet right now because of something like TCP/IP. And in the case of Chainlink, we're working towards all being on one, what we call Internet of Contracts, running on CCIP, which is the cross-chain interoperability protocol that our community kind of makes in an open source global standards type of way.
So my company is a bit different from the other two companies. DTCC is arguably one of the most regulated companies in the world. We clear and settle $2.4 quadrillion worth of securities per year. What is that per hour? A couple $100 billion or so per hour. So, our use of open source software is not high, but we absolutely use open source software, and there is a push within DTCC to do even more of that. And I feel great about that. We actually just joined Finos, the FinTech Open Source Forum, to collaborate with other Fortune 100 firms on what more we can do with open source technology. We also partner very closely with Hyperledger Besu and with Chainlink, and the new Linux Foundation, obviously. So we have something called DTCC Testnet, which is evolving significantly. We have big plans for it over the next several years. And that is based on Hyperledger Besu, an open source Ethereum client. We've done several pilots leveraging open source technology. One in particular was with Chainlink. We called it the Smart Nav project, where basically, the problem is that net asset value information is error prone. It's cumbersome for banks to get a hold of. And so what we did was we put on a blockchain, showed that you can have a single source of truth, made it much easier for participants. And there were about 10 different institutions participating, JP Morgan, State Street, BNY Mellon, and others. And we leveraged Chainlink's cross-chain interoperability protocol to showcase that we can interoperate across permission and public chains.
Just to sort of follow up on that, Jana, I think we've discussed before, that there is a distinction about sort of the strategy in what you open source, right, and what you don't, and what's part of your competitive advantage. Could you share more about how DTCC and other panelists who have maybe contributed to open source as well, how you think about that strategy of whether or not and how much?
Thank you. We're actively working through that. I mean, it's it's a constant process. But I think we have SIFMU products, tier 1, tier 2 products that are just very highly regulated. We don't necessarily use a ton of open source software in those products and services, but our more sort of innovative and new products and services, we will be leveraging much more open source software. In AI, we're looking at a number of open source LLMs, and of course in digital assets, obviously we're leveraging Hyperledger Besu. We partner with Chainlink, so it's in the more innovative space. And as we get to the more sensitive services, we'll be judicious about how we use it. We do regular SCA vulnerability scans on any open source software that we use in all of our existing services.
Yeah, so we try to open source as much as we can. If you work on something with a big institution or something, or you have some other key features that maybe for some reason you don't want open sourced, that's a kind of uncommon thing. But generally the direction is to be as open source as possible, because you want all the benefits that we just discussed.
I guess that from my point of view, as Kaleido, as being a maintainer of Hyperledger Besu, having contributed with Hyperledger Firefly, and also being maintainers of Hyperledger Firefly, I think a really important role here is to try to make sure that you are actively contributing to the open source software that you have delivered, right? So there are projects that are just pushing their code to a repo and it lives there forever, no changes, right? So it's really, really important to have an active community trying to create new features to that software, and also having people that are actively maintaining that code to make sure that it has a roadmap and that the product can survive for the future. Because if we are all working with regulated entities, we know that one of the key features when they are trying to make a decision on an IT system is whether that system is going to survive in the future, right? So it's really, really important that the open source community has a roadmap for the futures, have a team that can maintain the code, resolve bugs, and that's how we are contributing to the Hyperledger Foundation, Linux Foundation with our projects.
Now, a number of you are working directly with governments or central banks on a number of projects related to either CBDCs or other sort of tokenization of digital assets. What do you see as the sort of infrastructure needed to have these systems scale and the adoption of tokenized assets to scale? First, if you don't want to.
I was going to, but
I thought I had more time, but all right. Yeah, so I would say there's two big dynamics. One dynamic is that historically you would have the responsibility of doing, like, for example, clearing and settlement, or actually changing a database record as the responsibility of the infrastructure, in addition to creating a legal guarantee that the database record change was legally binding. So you had both of these things existing in a clearing and settlement system, or for central bank digital currency and how central bank money works, or something like that. Now what's happening with blockchains is you basically have trustworthy data structures, trustworthy databases that other people can run, but that you can rely on. So before, if you didn't run the database, you couldn't rely on what the record change was. Technically, you just couldn't do that. And also legally, you couldn't do that because technically it wasn't possible. Now somebody else can run a database, and at really high speeds, they can do database record changes, and you can rely on their database record changes as authoritative, as technically correct. So this means that the infrastructure burden no longer has to be borne by some of these governmental bodies. It technically doesn't have to. It can if they want to, but it technically doesn't have to. And that's what you see happening when all the different blockchains are getting spun up by all the banks, right? So what's happening there is the various record of payment, the record of asset transfer, is migrating from a centralized system to a bunch of other data structures run by others, but those data structures are reliable enough that everyone can rely on that conclusion technically, right? Then there's the legal level, which isn't ever getting out of the hands of governments, in my opinion. Doesn't matter what technology does. Could be AI, quantum, powered, space technology. It doesn't matter. The government's not giving up control, legally speaking, over what happens with technology that powers money and powers asset value and control. It's just not going to happen. So that's going to remain in there, and then there'll be frameworks and standards. So that's the first thing. The really big thing that's happening is that infrastructure technology burden might be shifting towards others. And that's actually a good thing. I think it's good for the infrastructure, and it's good for the ecosystem, and it's good for society. It's just good for everybody. And then the second thing is in regards to, and all that stuff will run on open source technology. And then the second thing that's happening when you talk to the market infrastructures and central banks and so on is, yeah, they don't want to be locked in. It's like, let me do a deal with, I mean, I don't want to name specific companies, but let's say it's like a really big company that no one ever got fired for buying from. Like, that was good. Now, you know, like, why do I need to be locked in to deal with that? It doesn't look like a good idea, basically. It looked like a good idea before, doesn't look like a good idea now. And there's a ton of global systems integrators. There's a ton of people that are more than happy to do all the professional services work that'll bid down the price to a floor, to like a dead low floor. And they'll do that for decades. So why? Why be locked in if you don't have to, if the open source is as good or better? And this is what, like, given the most senior people purchasing technology seem to start to understand now, which is very good for open source.
So I think I agree with a lot of what you said. I think there's a few things from an infrastructure perspective that need to happen. Obviously, regulatory clarity is needed desperately in the U.S. in particular. The Fed is going to need one throat to choke when it comes to settlement finality. I don't think they're going to allow, multiple silos, hundreds and thousands of silos to exist without kind of knowing, whose fault is it when things break. But that hasn't been defined yet, and it needs to be defined. The other piece from a technical perspective is digital cash. So even though technically we can do it with stablecoins, we can do it with CBDCs, it's not technically hard. It's technically very easy to do it. It's just not legal right now. And in particular in the US, it's a political third rail. So even though, there's tons and tons of progress all across the world, we just don't have that progress in the US right now. So, a lot of people are looking at synthetic CBDCs, like what Finality has created, maybe, partnering with USDC, things like that. But you can't have end-to-end, life cycle digital security asset management without the cash leg.
I guess that to add in here, one of the things that we are truly seeing right now is the convergence between the public and the private sector. So we tend to see more and more central banks just releasing pilots or POCs, whatever they call it, where they're just saying, hey, we want to do something, we want to issue a CBDC, but we don't know how to do it, right? Can people from the industry come and help us do it? And that is something that is really amazing from a technological perspective to see this happening in many countries around the world. But also we tend to see more collaboration between central banks and commercial banks. And this is, for example, something that we're seeing in the European Union with the pilot regime, just trying to make sure, why is the regulation not allowing new incumbents to come and have licenses to do what CSDs are currently doing, right? We are also seeing this with the DSS in the UK, right? So we are happy to see that there's some light at the end of the tunnel where there's more collaboration, which is one of the things that open source brings, right? Collaboration between everyone.
Thank you, Javier. You're right. There really has been an upswing in that kind of public-private sector collaboration in this space, especially like with BIS's Project Agora that was announced, which is a pretty big initiative as well. So to build on that, how can the financial industries better support the integration of open source technologies to enhance the development and use of digital assets? And how can we get financial institutions even more involved?
I will dive deep on collaboration. I think that there are many pilots where companies go try their own thing. They just release a white paper, and it's really good because we're testing stuff, right? But what is really needed is real collaboration between the different entities. I want to highlight, for example, that on the Linux Foundation, there was recently announced that there is a Hyperledger Besu financial services working group where anyone is invited to just go there and promote their business requirements. Why is this technology not working on X or Y or Z? Or I need something else to be built on a roadmap. And people are being widely open on why they need stuff to be done and trying to get to that end of the road. So from one side, collaboration is really needed, but not just collaboration, active collaboration. We need people to just gather together, just explain what the problems are and trying to reach into a solution. That's one thing. And on the other side is probably the side that we cannot do anything, which is more around regulation, right? So we need regulation to advance more and more. I believe that here in Europe, where we are pretty much advanced compared to the US, so we are lucky to be here. But that's something that really needs to progress as well.
Yeah, so there are like 5 key problems. So the first problem, just for this group that's really relevant, is the regulation and legal clarity and defining legal finality. The next 4 problems are very technical. So the first technical problem is scalability. Scalability is still not a solved problem with blockchains. That's why you don't have a single chain. That's why you see people making multiple chains, because they can't make a single chain scale. So the previous thesis was, hey, let's make a single big chain. It'll be great. We'll all be on the same chain. We'll all get native composability. Can't do it, apparently. Great job, guys. 6, 7 years on, you still can't do it. So now we all got to make our own chain and connect them up together, which leads me to the second kind of big category of that is interoperability. So everything needs to get super duper connected. And especially if everyone launches their own chain, because there can't be a single scalable chain, right? You need composability, you need liquidity to move across chains, you need value to talk to other value on other places. Otherwise, there's no market. Otherwise, there's no transaction. Otherwise, there's no point. So if you can't really solve scalability, you definitely need to bridge it through interoperability. That's a really big deal. That's the problem we work on. And then there is privacy. Privacy is also still an unsolved problem. There's all these great approaches to privacy, basically what you consider segregated privacy. It's like you'll have the data, but I won't have the data, and he won't have the data, and the regulator won't have the data unless we toggle a little thing, and then they'll have it too. And this doesn't work. This is not super efficient. This doesn't really scale. This was like enterprise blockchain circa 2017, like how, once again, I don't want to name specific things, but it doesn't work, okay? Like all this segregated identity stuff just breaks scalability and breaks the value of blockchains. So it's not a super solved problem yet. And there's like a last final problem, which is how unusable private keys are. But that's mainly a consumer problem, right? Like whenever I'm using private keys or signing things together with someone, we always laugh about how this technology is so ready for my grandmother. My grandmother could totally just, use a private key to just sign a transaction. It's a joke. She can't, like, this is not ready. And this is more a consumer thing. And because it's so bad, this is actually the opportunity for banks and asset managers to be the interface to value because private key signing is so bad. But that last one is like least relevant for this group because this group won't tell consumers to use private keys. They'll just tell them to make a bank account. So those are largely the problems that need to be solved.
So I think we've established all of the problems. I was reading an article from The Banker magazine, just I want to say a month ago or so. And it was on this topic. It was on the adoption of open source technologies and actually highlighting the fact that there are a number of banks who are, you know, increasing their momentum in their adoption of open source technologies. But it also brought up the example that in the 90s, banks were spinning up their own operating systems. Nobody was wanting to use Windows, right? It was not secure enough, and you know, all kinds of problems with third-party platforms. Now, in 2024, I don't think you would find a bank that doesn't use a third-party platform. So things just take time. It's very difficult to move legacy systems. At DTCC, we're going through this multi-year process in modernization, but you know, many banks are doing the same thing. And so, you know, even despite all of those problems, I would say even if all of those problems were literally solved tomorrow, you'd still be waiting a while before you'd see adoption.
Well, we've run out of time, so thank you to everybody. I think, you know, the overall theme is that we're ready to collaborate, open for collaboration, and that we're really on the edge here. And so, you know, sometimes I think we can get a little bit impatient, but we're charting the way for what's to come. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Actually, I wrote a book. It was a mistake. I wrote a book about crypto in 2019 in German. That was a mistake. And those two things, scalability and user-friendliness, were in my book, and they're still here, the problems. So those things take longer to solve. But now it's interesting. We're going to do a little AI interlude. We had to do that because of timing issues, but what is interesting, I have two very interesting people on the panel. Please come forward. Carla Bünger, first and foremost, and Alessandro Curione. Carla can actually sit on both panels because she's been active in blockchain for many years and doing smart contract and coding and is now in AI. So great to have you here. Thank you for being on panel. And we have Alessandro Curione, who's been 10 years research director or director of the IBM lab in Rüschlikon. And we have a common history because I'm from the same small village where this lab is situated. It's 15 minutes outside of Zurich. And we just talked about that. About 10 years ago, you can Google it, there was a bomb threat because some climate activists or terrorists were against nanotechnology and they tried to bomb the IBM lab. And he told me that he was under personal protection and surveillance because they were afraid he's going to be attacked. So those guys just came out. I hope they're not in the audience. But it's a point to remind us that, you know, technology really sometimes people misunderstand or get very agitated about. But with further ado, you're going to talk about something that we initially talked about. AI is all about data, a lot of data, a massive scale that flows around. How do we keep it safe? Why is it important that we keep it safe? And where do we keep it? That's a topic that's very close to your heart. And interested to hear what you got to say. Thank you, Carla.
Thank you, Alex. So thank you for being here today. I will take the first 8 minutes to talk about what we actually do as a company and why sovereignty matters. And then I will continue the discussion with my colleague Alessandro Curione here from IBM, and I'm very thrilled to give you more insights on this. So I need the clicker. Thank you. So why does AI sovereignty matter? First of all, what is sovereignty? Very important term because it's a bit complex. It's the authority and control that an organization has on its own data, its IT infrastructure, and its technology systems in general. So if you think about it yourself, how much do you really control your data today? How much can you influence where your data is published, who can view it, and who can delete it, and who can manipulate it? So if you think about it, your data sovereignty is quite weak because as individuals, we have not really control over our data, except if you basically don't use the internet, which is something that we all do, right? So as an organization, I think this question becomes even more important when you start to work with AI. Yeah, now we have, so owning your AI in your sovereign cloud will be the competitive edge. This is something that Jensen Huang, president of NVIDIA, and you know this is the most valuable company since a few days now, I think, 1 week or two. So he repeats this in almost every speech he does, because it is if everybody is using its data on a similar language model that is hosted on a similar environment, where is the competitive edge? And how do you really get sovereignty over your AI model? This is somehow... No. Okay, so a few topics where you definitely will need sovereignty over your AI model. One is the human multiplication. So think about it. You can train a language model with yourself, with the way you think, with the way you create, with the way you act on your values. And this data model is going to be able to reproduce decisions that you would take, to act on your behalf, and do similar things that you would do as a human. So basically, you are able to multiply yourself through such a generative AI model. Now imagine if this data goes into the wrong hands and someone can just multiply you because he can tamper your data and he can act as you in a completely different way that you would actually do. This is a very important use case. Second, this is also relevant for you as a company. Internal knowledge databases is one of the widest adopted AI use case. So basically it is the way that companies bundle know-how of the company inside of an AI model in order to make sure that all employees have the access to the right information at the right time. Of course, with the relevant access codes. But basically, this data or this model will include all your IP, all the secrets that you have as a company, and it is the way that you have the secret sauce of your company to generate value. And this data and this model should never be tampered with and should never leave your control. This is why you need sovereignty. So, introducing Quant AI, which is the product that we are operating, basically we have created specific data centers in Switzerland that are dedicated to AI workload and don't have any exposure to any other country than Switzerland. We are a Swiss-operated entity owned by Swiss people, and the essence of the thing is that we have done this in partnership with IBM, and that we have created an infrastructure that has a security by design. So you don't have to trust us that we will not access and tamper with your data. It is already embedded in the technology that we are using to serve you in operating the AI model. I'm too fast, sorry. So how do we define a sovereign AI model? So on one thing, you have to put it on a secure and sovereign cloud environment that is dedicated for generative AI workload. And on the other hand, and it links to the panel we had before regarding open source, you need to have the highest possible flexibility and independence from the software manufacturer. So you need to be able to choose whatever software you think is relevant, whatever model you think is relevant, and don't have a lock-in on any kind of enterprise. How did that sound before? It was weird enterprise lock-in. Was it that? Yeah, good. And so you would have, through the Quant AI cloud, you would have a direct access to our confidential computing. So this is the security by design feature that you have, that you are sure that your data is yours and only you can access it and work with it. In essence, it's AI as a service. We have an infrastructure and an environment where you can basically train, validate, fine-tune, and deploy your AI model on our platform that we have created together with IBM and Red Hat as open source provider. And you would operate it through the Phoenix cloud, which is secure and compliant on an enterprise level. Yeah, I'm going to skip that. So the essence message that I would like to drop today is owning your AI in a sovereign environment is going to be the competitive edge of our time. And now I have Alessandro, who will discuss with me this topic and give you deeper insights why also IBM is supporting this theory. So let me quickly introduce Alessandro. I think I have one more slide, yes. So, Alessandro, you are an IBM fellow, and you are the VP of Africa and Europe at IBM, and you are, for over 10 years, the head of research from the IBM labs in Rüschlikon. So I don't know if many of you knew this, but being an IBM fellow is quite prestigious. That's a title that not many have. I think it's only like between 6 and 8 people per year. And it's not like you have this for life. You lose the title after some point, and you are nominated by the CEO only. And you get this title for exceptional achievements in research and leadership. So my first question, Alessandro, would be, how did you become IBM Fellow?
Oh, look, it's simply doing hard work, trying to create new IT technologies that make a difference and never give up when you have problems, like the many problems that you have these days, right?
So please take a few minutes and explain to the audience what you do exactly and what your focus is inside of the research lab.
So, as you said before, I am responsible for the overall research in Europe and Africa, corporate research. We have 19 locations worldwide, and 7 of these are in Europe and Africa. And I'm also responsible for the overall strategy of the company in cybersecurity and a team that is called Accelerated Discovery that is exactly trying to use the new AI and quantum computing to accelerate the discovery process in science and business.
Sounds complicated. Sounds complicated. So, your focus. So you said in the discussion where we prepared this fireside chat. You said that you completely support this geographically located sovereign AI line of thought, and I would love to know more about your view on why data cannot be stored on a public cloud or somewhere where you don't really know where your data is going to be. Please elaborate.
Yeah, I do think that the thing is more complex, and I'm not saying that you should not store data, in a public environment. But you want to turn a little bit the coin and see the environment we are today. The environment we are today is not the one that we were a couple of years ago, right? Where everybody, most of the people in this room, most of the people that were working on decentralized trust systems, right, were saying most important things for us is to ensure the security of bare data, ensure the lineage, and make sure that you can control how this data change, because data is where the value and also the power is. Okay, things evolved a lot because what has happened with the latest AI revolution is not only that we do have generative models. That is the outcome, is what everybody is speaking about it, right? But it's only an outcome of this revolution. The major revolution comes from the advance in technology per se. We had new neural network transformers. We had the ability to do self-supervised learning at scale. So what we are able to do now is to learn from data, not only the knowledge that is in the data, but also the best representation of the data itself. So literally what we are doing is transferring the value of data from the data itself to the models. Yeah, that is what we are doing. And once you have transferred this knowledge and you have this knowledge interconnect with other knowledge, the value from your data becomes larger when it's in the model, but the value of the data itself goes almost to zero. Why I'm saying this? Because it becomes super important, of course, to secure the model itself. Yeah, that is some sort of data, but with a completely different form and way to interact and use, etc., etc. On top of it, there is something that is even more important. What is happening is that everybody, almost all the companies that they have enough money and infrastructure to do it, are trying to integrate at scale. It's fully automatic, right? All the public knowledge, everything you can find publicly is going to be integrated in these models that are becoming larger and larger and more complex. So as you were saying, if this is happening and everybody can use these models, right, where is your competitive advantage? You know, I have something that allows me to do things better but not differentiate. So the reality is that the competitive advantage is going to come from the integration of enterprise and business data within these models, okay? And this integration, of course, is like if you connect this data that is, you know, your core value of your company, the one that is not public, within this model, and the value becomes larger because you have also the connection. So if before was super important to protect your data, now it becomes important to the square to protect the models that come from the integration and the specialization of your data in these big models. That is not only language, it's going to be language, image, audio, time series, financial transaction. So, you know, if what was before enough to protect your value, now you need to push on the square. So that is why having something that on top of standard technology like confidential computing or the creation of secure enclave, having the things local add one additional level of importance. And this, you know, it's, I would say, the technical reason why you should do it. But you have also some regulatory reasons, right? You have mentioned sometimes, you know, some super very sensitive data you can integrate only if these are confined, too sensitive to go in anything that goes around your country, your organization, your place. So you have regulatory reasons to do it. But you have also business reason, if you really think, because what is happening these days, and has been said, you have the slides, and clear that the CEO of NVIDIA says that, you know, the differentiation comes from the ability to have this infrastructure. But on the other hand, I don't know if you had the experience to go and try to buy some GPUs these days. It's almost impossible. It's possible only if you buy 1,000 or 10,000 or 100,000 of that. Yeah? Why? Because we have one monopolist almost that do this type of thing. And of course, this sells to the guys, so mainly hyperscalers and public cloud, that can afford to buy 100,000 of these to integrate in their cloud. So what is happening is that at a certain point, the hybrid cloud integrated GPUs are going to be the only way for all of us, all of you, to be able to do this transformational AI. So what does it mean? It means that if today you can buy for $100 per hour, tomorrow they can ask you 10,000 per hour and 100,000 per hour. And if that is the only way to do it, you pay. So that is a business reason why to have something that is local, controlled, in which you have the power to decide these type of things, is more important. So regulation, technology, and business reason.
Now I learned something myself. The last argument I will take into my sales pitch. Thank you. So, talking about capacity. Do you think we will have capacity problems? I'm talking of GPUs, data centers, but also electricity. Is this something we need to worry about?
That is another very good point. If you have seen, you know, a few years ago, electric consumption due to the IT world, including also the full blockchain and bitcoins, right, was less than 10%. So now that is a lot, but is small. Now this is increasing exponentially. It's increasing exponentially. Why? Due to this new AI revolution. Everybody is buying more, is training more, and we have, imagine, now I can count at least 5, 6 general models where everybody is training on the same data, the public data, to do the same thing. So the energy usage is increasing exponentially, and many of the reasons why we do need to have these models that are very good ones, right? If you really think, for example, solving the climate change using this foundational AI, you can do it, but if then you have to spend more energy than the problem that you are solving, the return of investment doesn't work, right? So that's why, and this is why, for example, the work that you are doing, that we are doing together is very important, is trying to put focus on cloud for AI that are also optimized from an energy consumption viewpoint, especially having infrastructure that allow you to do inference effectively, not training. If you do believe today we are in the training time where everybody was trying to train larger and larger, at a certain point, data finish. The only thing that you have to do is integrate enterprise data, refine your models. But you enter the time in which using these models is super important, and you have, the outcomes. So the cost to do inference and use these models needs to go down to make it sustainable and to make it, in a way that you have return of investment of the business that is big enough. If you don't do this step, we risk that we create huge models that then if I have to ask the models only to do a translation from English to German, I have to pay 2,000 euros because, or 2,000 Swiss francs, because that is the cost of inference. And remember, the cost of inference on these models grow not linearly with the size of the model. Yeah, it grow quadratically or more with the size of the model. So you understand that having introduction on infrastructure of new hardware, but also new software that make this more efficiently, as you have done with the new AI units that we have provided, we provide to the cloud, is super important.
Thank you so much. So we still have a lot of blockchain people here. So I wanted to shift gears a little bit and talk a little about how blockchain and AI will interfere with each other and how blockchain can actually support the security of AI models. So I don't know if you are aware, but the problem with AI is that you have to make sure that your AI model has been trained with the right data that has not been tampered. And then it has to be put on a data model or a language model that is perfect, like that is legit and that has been audited and that has not been tampered with. And then you have to make sure that this has never been changed. So actually, there is a very good technology to make sure that these AI models and this AI data that is fed into the models is kind of audited and in a tamper-proof way recorded, and that's blockchain. So, Alessandro, how do you see like blockchain as a use case for securing the how do you see the tamper-proof of the AI models and the AI data? How big is the importance of the technology?
So I do believe that it will take time, but if you follow my reasoning before, where I said we transfer the value from data to the models, and then the data become irrelevant, because they really become irrelevant, and not only your data that you have used on the model, but also the data of your competitors that it thought that they had value, but once my data and the data of others goes in the model, also his data become not valuable, right? Because it's so if you have this transfer, getting the right technology to make sure that you secure and you ensure also the lineage and the versioning of the model itself, not at the level of trillions of parameters, but the billions usable ones, in my opinion, is going to become very important. We'll have a step-by-step process. Today, we do have a technology that we have developed to ensure governance of these models, or a reasonable governance of this model, but we are only the beginning. So it could be that, you know, technology like blockchain will help on that. We need to be able to say, look, this model was working okay. It went through all the regression tests that are required, for example, for the AI Act or other regulations, right? But then after 1 week, we integrated 1 kilobytes of new data, and this model is completely not usable because it becomes super biased or start to predict things that should not predict, okay? So I need to get to a point in which I am able to find it, and when I find, understand which is the set of data and the input or the refinement that has been done that made that change. Today, this is happening, you know, version by version, you know, 1 week, 2 weeks, 1 month is more manageable. But we are going to get to the point in which this type of changes are going to happen by many different people and many time per days. So having a system that allow us to get and control the lineage and the security of this system is going to become important to ensure, as I call it, a dynamic governance of AI.
Yes, and linking to the panel before, I'm sure we're going to do this on Hyperledger Besu open source. Let's see.
By the way, that is a very interesting discussion to have overall. I and my company, but I personally do believe that there is no way to ensure a responsible growth of the new AI without having these models transparent and open. There is not going to be any way to ensure a responsible AI. That is a big statement, but I do strongly believe in this because, you know, you can be in a situation like we are today, for example, that you could use some of these big models to try, for example, to tackle some of the problem of climate change. But then if you ask to the companies that are creating these models, how much energy my infrared costed, you don't have an answer, for example. Or you ask, you know, what is the size in terms of network and the topology, you don't have an answer. If you ask which are the data, you don't have an answer. You understand that that closed way, at least in my opinion, is not going to have a future. So that is why, yes, having something that go back and is transparent and open since the beginning will be vital. And again, like in the real open thing we have learned, right, with operating system, with Linux, the value comes from on how you differentiate on the top. But the single infrastructure needs to be the most secure, most stable, reliable, but also transparent and open possible.
I think that's a very good closing remark. Do we have time for one question, if someone has a question? Yeah, I see it's 5 o'clock. The energy is low. That's true, we could. But we're going to leave the floor to the next panel. Thank you so much for listening. And we are around if you have questions directly.
Now we're going to have a very interesting agenda point because I don't know what they're going to say because there's a big announcement apparently going to happen. Yes, so I don't know what's going to happen, but I know that we have 2 very exciting people on stage. On one hand, we have Yuval Rose, if I pronounce this correctly. This is a second founder, or the third founder. Carla is a founder. Before we had, Sergey Nazarov from Chainlink. So I'm going to hand over to Daniele Barbarossa. Not that you have behind me. You're from Linux Foundation and Hyperledger as well. And you've been working with Digital Assets, who I've been told has an engineering group here in Zurich. So you sort of have a Swiss footprint too. And I'm excited to hear what you're going to announce now. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Well, thank you, Alexander. And thank you for the Home of Blockchain for hosting us today. I promised I'll be dancing and singing at the end. Just kidding. For those of you who don't know me, only me. I'll get you to dance. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Daniela Barbosa. I'm the general manager at the Linux Foundation across all blockchain and identity projects. I also serve as the executive director of what is today known as the Hyperledger Foundation, which since 2015 has really been the home for open source projects across the Linux Foundation. Earlier today, there was a panel and where we talked a bit about LF Decentralized Trust, which is the new super umbrella that's going to be the home for blockchain, digital identity, and other technologies that are focused on decentralized technologies. And I think, you know, as we mature in the market, I know I've known Yuval since 2017, we're really seeing a need for open source. And the last panel talking about open source and financial markets clearly indicated that open source has won in blockchain specifically. There is no doubt about it. There's no question about it that open source is needed. But very importantly, open governance. And I've always believed very early on that as blockchain networks matured and as blockchain networks in the enterprise became adopted and really bringing value to the market, that in addition to building those networks with open source, it would be really critical to making sure that the governance of those networks was also truly open and transparent. So I'm going to let Yuval introduce himself and talk a little bit about what we just announced today as a partnership with the Canton Network.
Thank you, Daniela, and thank you everyone for joining. I'm Yuval, I'm the co-founder of Digital Asset. So we'll go straight to it. We've been in this space for quite some time. It's getting close to 10 years. And for us, you know, 10 years ago, we had a vision that every asset in the world will become a digital asset. And when what we mean by a digital asset, it's not that portion of the asset will be digital, but it's everything is going to be digital. From issuance to life cycle events to transfer, everything is going to be digital. And we believe that it has to be on a public chain, and I'll explain in a second why. But before you do that, you have to solve for some critical, you know, building blocks. And the way we think about it is we say, first of all, privacy and control. We believe that the internet, it's a public network, but wouldn't work if you went to your bank website and you saw all of your peer accounts and everything that is available, and you were able to just use all of their products and services. To us, the word permissionless does not go hand in hand with regulation. So we really wanted to figure out a way how you can create a public network that can allow for privacy and control, but at the same time allow to interoperate. So last week, such network got created. It's called the Canton Network, inspired by Switzerland. So when you think about Switzerland, first of all, our team is here in Zurich, the ones that develop. We actually have the creator of Canton sitting in the back row being very humbled. But when you think about a lot of these public permissionless chains, they're effectively said, all come into one network, all put all of your assets into one network, and you'll be able to interoperate with one another. But when you start thinking about interoperating with one another when you have privacy, well, that's hard. So when we start thinking about, well, how is Switzerland working? Well, Switzerland have different cantons. Those cantons can have their own governance rules. They set their own tax regime. They have all kinds of other rules, but they all interoperate under Switzerland. So for us, that was really this vision for this global network, and that's really what was announced just an hour ago, but really launched last week.
See, clapping. Well, it's great to see. Can you tell us a little bit about some of the participants in the Canton Network? You know, it's been a long journey, you know, and today, you know, it's launched, and we'll talk a bit about the collaboration that we have with the Linux Foundation as well. But tell us a little bit about who is participating in the Canton Network and some of the participants who are going to be part of the governance as well.
Sure, I'll start actually with governance, and I think that as we were getting ready to launch the network, governance to us was extremely important, and not just because I believe that some of the permissionless chains out there, in my opinion, don't truly have open, decentralized governance, but also because of the target clients that we want to bring into Canton. And when you think about regulated markets, governance is something that is a very important component. So as we started thinking 2 years ago, should we just create yet another foundation and yet again another rule book? Fairly quickly, we realized that if we really want to lead by example and kind of show that we're very serious about what we're doing, let's actually go to something that is proven, trusted, and truly decentralized. And Linux have been around for quite a long time. We know Daniela for a long time, and she's been a great leader. And we just approached, and we had some pretty interesting conversations in the early days trying to explain why this is different. But eventually we got over the line, and I think that it's a bittersweet moment for me as a CEO, because until that moment, I was a dictator. I was able to do whatever I want. We just said, this is what we're going to do, this is where we're going to go. But as of last week, the foundation was set. It's going to be a U.S. foundation. We're not hiding. We're in the U.S. It's going to have some pretty interesting organization from a very wide spectrum. But I would say that the joint mission of all of those organizations is that they really, truly want to bring an open network that have proper governance built into it. So digital asset, as of last week, is just one vote of many organizations. I think we're getting close to 30 at this point, and it's only going to grow, I think, from today. And what we're going to focus on is how do we bring more and more regulated bodies to build what I consider to be real-world applications that drive utility to markets and to other industries eventually. And very, very excited about that. So that's on the governance side of thing. And I think that if we didn't get that right, I actually think we wouldn't get everything else right. And funny story, I won't say who, but I ran into someone today at the gym, and he said to me, the fact that you chose Linux is one of the most important reasons why we will get more and more comfortable with this technology, is because we truly know that this is an organization that can drive proper governance. And that's extremely important. When it comes to the network itself, you will see in the PR that there's a pretty wide spectrum. Infrastructure provider, technology providers, different organizations that help run nodes, manage keys, those type of organizations that we're used to from the crypto community. But what's really exciting is that there are some organizations that you, generally speaking, in financial services that are publicly traded, regulated, that are also participating. And I truly believe that the reason they are getting comfortable is, again, because Canton allows you to meet regulatory requirements. It's not there's no regulatory arbitrage needed. You could actually build applications that meet the regulatory framework in different countries, different jurisdictions. And I'm very excited to show some of the applications that either have been built already or we know are in the process of being built.
I recently listened to your podcast it was Moody's podcast, and where you talked about institutional adoption of these technologies. And it's been a very long, I know Digital Assets has been involved in the Linux Foundation since 2016 as one of the founding members of Hyperledger, but the journey has been fairly long. What are the things that you're seeing in the market that point to the institutions being ready to be part of not just participating, but part of the governance of these network?
I'll actually start first from the regulator's perspective. And I think that this industry has done a disservice to regulators in many, many points and times. And I think that the reason is that a lot of times when you hear crypto players coming in, they come in without understanding, in my opinion, first of all, how capital markets work. right? Real-time gross settlement. Say that to any market maker and see what their response would be. But really what ends up happening as a result of that is they knock on the door of regulators and they say, everything that you've known for the last, I don't know how many years, forget about it. We're going to teach you a better way how to run capital markets. And I think that that does not a good thing for us as an industry, because whether you like it or not, and whether you think that you could do things better, you need to have an appreciation to why we are where we are. And in many cases, there are things that you can do better, but I would say that majority of the cases, there is a good reason why regulation has been created. So for us, a big part of the challenge was education and actually showing that on Canton, in many cases, probably in most cases, you could actually do things on a public chain in a permissioned manner, meaning everybody can join the network, but it doesn't mean that everybody can see everyone's information, everybody can get access to every service just because they want to. So there's a lot of part of the education. Secondly, the challenge is to actually build something like that that works. And I think that what we're seeing now in a lot of the permissionless chains, suddenly they're realizing if I can't solve for privacy and control, good luck with regulated institutions. So what they're hanging their hats on right now and hoping is that zero-knowledge proofs will be kind of the savior. My co-founder is one of the creators of zero-knowledge proofs, and we do not use it because for us, it was extremely important to make sure we use technology that is proven, has been tested, and is not futuristic if we want to do things today. So to us, the challenge, I mean, Canton has been in the work. I mean, you can ask Ratko later, but I think it's like 7 years. Yesterday, there was a announcement about Global Layer 1. I have a screenshot from yesterday, someone sent me from 2017, Ratko publishing a paper about unified ledgers. So I think it takes time to build something like this. The first version of Canton actually went out in 2020, and we weren't in a rush to just launch a public network because we also understand what are the consequences of getting it right, or getting it wrong, sorry. So for the last 4 years, we have customers that are heavily regulated using Canton, and I promise you we've found ways to do things better. It's just if we're thinking about the opportunity of public networks, how they can transform capital markets and other industries, it just takes time to get it right.
So a couple of things you mentioned, one is the regulators. And I think from an education perspective, we're here, most of us are here for Point Zero this week in Zurich. And I think, the Monetary Authority of Singapore and other regulators worldwide and the BIS have been doing a lot of that education and getting the private sector very comfortable with some concepts around decentralized networks. You mentioned unified ledgers. Can you talk a little bit about what you're seeing through the different projects worldwide that are happening that align with what the Canton Network is really focused on doing?
Sure. I think when you think about what is the value proposition of blockchain, so a lot of times people talk about one source of truth, no reconciliation, OPEX reduction, all of those great things, and they are all true. But the real opportunity, and this is what people are understanding, Finternet, Global Layer 1, everything that you're seeing that is coming out in the news, is the opportunity is if all assets and applications, like the internet, could exist on the same network. So I think that was kind of even the vision of Ethereum. I mean, it's everybody understand what is the opportunity. I think the challenge is how do you create such protocol that actually gets people comfortable to use it for what I would say mission critical systems. So again, back to that example of the internet was a protocol to interoperate data, but if there were no tools to allow you to protect data, meaning that you could share it only with whomever you want, well, the internet wouldn't be the success that it is today. So very similarly, what we're seeing is that a lot of the projects are trying to and they are struggling because they're trying to say, how can I actually have a public network where I have this interoperability, but I don't give up on privacy and control? So I don't want to name names, but there's a few projects, for example, Besu was mentioned, and I want to be nice to our friends at Linux, other projects, but for example, they brought in and they wanted to do a CBDC plus some additional applications on Besu, and suddenly they raised their hands after years of working. Yeah, we really need privacy. If we can't solve for privacy, we can get even our peers or even the companies that we regulate to agree to play on top of it. So you're seeing everybody's kind of landing and kind of funneling, in my opinion, into what we have seen from 7 years ago will be needed, which is control, privacy, and interoperability. You're seeing all of them coming in, and I think what's exciting is that, you know, we talked about privacy for such a long time, and everybody hated us. Like, you don't need privacy. The world can be decentralized, permissionless. Who needs regulators? Who needs anything? Like, we can just all, you know, sing Kumbaya together. And now they realize, okay, well, reality is hitting them, and now suddenly they start to realize. So that's exciting for us because I think we've been kind of at it for such a long time, and I'm very excited that we can actually show that it works in production.
You know, I do believe that the enterprise blockchain community has always been very, you know, very aware of privacy requirements. And if you look at the projects worldwide, whether it's Besu or others, you know, the modularity of what privacy means and what privacy means for the individual, you know, network that is using that protocol is also very important. And looking towards making sure that these protocols do have modularity, and especially when it comes to, you know, like central bank digital currencies, for example, love them or hate them, essentially the privacy models for each country could very drastically be different based on legislative requirements on how they deal with privacy. And we hear this over and over again. So I think privacy is incredibly important to address across the industry, but there's not going to be one solution that solves for all, for sure. And I think, you know, we've always said it's going to be networks of networks, and today it's networks of networks of networks as well, as you think about the Canton network, and there's always going to have to be requirements from an optionality perspective. So there's three elements that we're talking about today. We have the Canton network, and I have a couple of questions so to make sure that the audience understands what the Canton network is. There is the Global Synchronizer Foundation, which is the governance of the Canton network as an independent entity that the Linux Foundation is going to be helping support the open governance of that. And then there's also the code that basically allows the Canton network to work, which is a project called Splice that has also been open sourced by Digital Assets, and the team has been fantastic over the last few months in working to bring that over to the Hyperledger Foundation, soon to be the LF Decentralized Trust. But ultimately, those are three unique legs of the stool. How do you say, you know? So explain to me first the Canton network. Is it a public blockchain? Is it a permission blockchain? Give me an overview of that, and then we'll go through the other two.
Sure. So Canton Network is public in the sense that everybody will be able to connect to it. But again, very similarly, how I can take my whatever browser and connect to the internet, it doesn't mean that I can go into, you know, my bank account and just start using all of their products and services and see everyone's information. So it's public from an access perspective. It's not permissionless that everything that runs on it just is available for everyone. So, and again, you actually said before, like different privacy models, hence the name Canton. We do believe that there is not going to be one model that fits all. And we wanted to give the flexibility to the application provider to actually decide. For example, for those of you who know, here in Switzerland, you have a data domicile rule. The zeros and ones cannot leave the geographical borders of Switzerland. And guess what? If you wanted to be a cloud provider, you had to rethink how you do cloud. Because cloud, in order to do data availability, replicates data all over the world. Not in Switzerland. And very similarly, if you want to use Canton in Switzerland, you can actually configure it that the data doesn't leave Switzerland. And that's, again, back to that same challenge with Ethereum, right? That there it's just a global ledger, right? So we believe that there's going to be these different models. So the canton network is all of these different cantons that will set their own rules based on local regulation, on what is their business model. There's many reasons why you would want to set your application to behave in a very unique and different manner. The foundation is governing the protocol. It's not telling different cantons, this is how you work, this is how you build your application, but it's really thinking, again, very similar to the internet. As the internet evolved, people realized, oh, we need more security. So I need security certificates on my website. I have a bug in SSH. I have all of these things. So the GSF is effectively governing who runs the underlying infrastructure and what are changes and improvements that we need to do to the protocol to have better type of technology. It, again, is not going to tell each canton, this is how you need to conduct your business. That is not what the foundation is going to do.
So that's an excellent point, right? Because that's, truly, so participants in the Canton network can come in and, use their own protocols, have their own governance, have their own privacy, requirements, et cetera. So you have the Canton network, you have the GSF, which is the Global Synchronizer Foundation, which is the governance of the Canton network. And then let's talk a little bit about the code that is required to run on the Canton network.
Yeah, so the protocol, effectively, that gets enforced in the Canton network has been contributed into Splice. And there's a few other things around data models and other components that will go into Splice. But what I get even more excited about is we've been thinking quite a lot at Digital Asset around, well, what are going to be different utilities that exist in the network? So if we're thinking about, I always like to give the example that the reason that Python became so popular is because of all the open source libraries that were designed by quants. So I used to work at Citadel, and I was at Citadel when Python became very popular. And it was, you could just do everything in Python without paying MATLAB at that time, which was the quant tool, right? So there's going to be, in order to drive adoption in Canton, there's going to be quite a lot of investment in different types of utilities that could enable doing all kinds of financial transactions or financial applications on Canton. And that is also going to go into Linux because we truly believe that in order to have what we call interoperability and you want to embed some of these financial applications, they have to be open source. So there's going to be not only some of the underlying protocol technical stuff in Linux, but also going to see quite a lot of commitment to add more and more utility that will be open sourced in Linux.
Great. So if participants want to run a Canton in the Canton network, they can, right? It's open. How do they go about doing that?
Well, I'm not the right person for that. But at the end of the day, everything that we've done at the core is Apache 2 license. So I always get the mistake of saying we have clients that are using Canton without paying us, but they're not our clients as a result of that. So there are entities out there that do use Canton. They don't need to have any interaction with us. They can use the technology. We at Digital Asset is kind of maybe there were the slides of Red Hat and Linux. We're more kind of, we have our Red Hat, effectively we have an enterprise edition that comes with support. It has some additional features that we've built around. But you could use Canton today in a fully open source manner and start building stuff on the technology.
Okay. And if people want to contribute to some of those artifacts in Splice and other open source projects, that's certainly open, right? Anyone can participate, and we welcome, if you go to the hyperledger.org website, the blog, we just did a post introducing Splice and how people can get involved and start contributing there as well. What about the Global Synchronizer Foundation? You have a great list. I think we said we're up to 30 participants, founding members of the GSF. What if organizations and nonprofits and others are interested in potentially being part of that governing body?
Yeah, so I think, and you'll be able to answer it better, but I think that for regulators, nonprofit, there's effectively a status and a way to join without being a paying member. If you want to be a commercial organization that is responsible for running and being part of this infrastructure, you do have to be a paying member to the Linux Foundation. I will maybe kind of like be the disappointing part is, again, Canton is not a permissionless network. And because of the mission of what it's trying to drive, it's open governance, but it means that if you're an organization that the rest of the network believe could be a negative impact on the network, they might decide that they can't be part of the network. So it's not permissionless that everybody who wants to join joins. It has to go through a governance mechanism. Everybody can be a member. Not everybody can be a validator effectively on the network. And so we encourage organizations that want to drive what I would call responsible innovation, that have again, respect to what it means to operate within a regulatory framework. I recommend to become a member and then help push the governance forward.
So, you know, I think the digital assets team and the community that you've built around Canton have done amazing work and really, you know, and it's great to see the collaboration there. So let's talk a little bit about where do you see, what are the priorities for the next 3 months, 6 months, and 12 months? Next year, we're here at 0.0 again, 1 year from now. Where are we at?
Next priority is vacation. But after that, it's really, actually, it is really taking a breath and trying to understand what's going on, because there's quite a lot of stuff that happened over the last few weeks. If I just kind of fast forward, what I think will happen over the next year is I think you're going to see some very interesting organizations starting to do really important application on the network. For us, it's continuing the education of regulators, but really it's showing real-world utility. I think that this is something that the industry has done a poor job, in my opinion, of showing that you could actually drive real-world utility. And given where we are from a, you know, economic perspective, interest rates where they are, I actually think that this technology can provide quite a lot of opportunities. If it's around collateral mobility, if it's around reducing really non-differentiating processes that really don't add value when you think about it from an individual perspective. So I think that an industry can come together and actually reduce the cost quite dramatically. So for me, over the next year, it's adding more members to Linux and join the open governance. But it's actually a year from now, when you and I talk, I would actually want to show some real world applications that can actually show you that they measured the return and that the technology actually does provide the value that everybody's been talking about for the last 10 years.
Wonderful. I'll hold you to that. And hopefully I'll talk to you before the year. Well, do you want to take a question? Are there any questions?
Thanks. Hi, my name is Ralph Kubli. I'm deeply committed to open source understanding of financial assets. So you're creating another network, right? There's a lot of networks that exist already. My concern with this transition to these DLT-based environments is that everybody's thinking about the containers that travel on these networks, but not about the content. So how can we ensure that we have a unified, standardized understanding of the financial asset that travels on these networks? Because if we don't, then we're just back to the current system on another rail.
Okay, so I think what you are referring to is the data model of the assets. So listen, I think for example, Ethereum did a very good job with ERC20 and some of these standards effectively creating open data models. The nice thing about, I would say, blockchain technology, for it to work, you have to agree on a standardized data model for a specific use case in order for it to work, because everybody has to agree. So when I was talking about some of the utilities, it's exactly what you're talking about. So we are going to invest quite a lot on data models and standardization around not just what are the assets, but also what is a DVP and different, basic financial models. So there's quite a lot of investment. At the end of the day, I am a believer that standards get set by winners. I've sat around the table too many times around consortiums that try to agree what would be a future data model. And unfortunately, it's, in my opinion, in many times, unless there's a very strong financial commitment, it just takes too long, and in most times, it doesn't get to the destination that it tried to achieve. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to say we're committed, exactly like you said, to providing open data standards for both assets and applications. And hopefully we work with organizations that can actually bring utility. Once you have utility, you have consumption. That, in my opinion, how standards get created, as long as you are committed to that from day one. So that's why a digital asset, pretty much all of our core technology is Apache 2 license from day one. Even when we didn't have open governance, all of our technology was Apache 2 license. So it's a super important topic. I wish I had a better answer that as an industry, we can all come together and move at the pace that is needed to create it. I think the reality is the best way to create those standards is actually to find real-world use cases that have an immediate need and show that these standards can get created by actually providing utility and value to the market.
Maybe one more quick question if someone has one. Otherwise, thank you very much. So I always remember Canton is referring to the Swiss cantons, so there's a tiny bit of Swiss DNA, also engineering involved. So I'm excited to see the utility and the use cases. And Daniela now will hold you accountable, and Ralph too, I'm sure.
Just to be clear, it's a French canton because it's with a C.
So, I see. Oh, that's another debate now. We don't want to talk about French politics at the moment. Thank you very much. Thank you for making it. You all, pleasure having you. Thank you, Daniela. Thank you. You can leave the microphone. You get some chocolates, obviously. The discussion before, actually, when you remember what Jutta said, she actually praised Switzerland because Switzerland has an exchange that is working on blockchain and blockchain technology in capital markets. So that exchange is here today. I'm delighted to welcome Davey News. See he's moving. Thank you. He's accompanied by someone who's also been very instrumental in all of the pilots. We have Dr. Thomas Moser here from the Swiss National Bank. Please come to the stage. And up front, we have another person, Paolo Portolini from the city of Lugano, who has done a lot of the blockchain projects, including bonds. So he's been a user doing use cases. And last but not least, I'm always struggling with Chinese names. Xiaonuan Xu. Thank you very much from UBS coming. Please take a seat. And the interesting thing is, like last year, I'm allowed to say it because we're going to announce a new custody report. Last year, Credit Suisse contributed to the report. This year, after lengthy debate, UBS decided not to be in it. But I'm glad to have someone from UBS on the panel, indicating that UBS is doing something. Maybe we'll learn a bit more what UBS is doing when it comes to blockchain. But with further ado, we're going to discuss now the future of finance and technology based on blockchain. And I think Switzerland really has been at the forefront on different projects, building the new infrastructure. And I'm handing over to Paola, who has been a user. The city of Lugano has been issuing real-life bonds. So utilities there. Interested to hear what the experience has been. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the invitation. For me, it's brand new to be in this side of the panel. Normally, I'm in the other side with you guys. The first time we meet, but basically, I'm moderating today, so Sorry if I don't do a good job. I will try to do my best. Let's start from a point. 15 years ago, we show Bitcoin showed up, and then Ethereum, and then a lot of startups working on the space of blockchain and technology. And then suddenly, few years ago, really few years ago, and I followed the whole story since 2014, 15, I'm passionate of blockchain since that time, the traditional financial sector start thinking about, well, basically, this really interesting technology. Before they were very skeptical, really skeptical, I can say that. I really experienced some very strong statement about banks, but today, banks like UBS and others, and you know, the Swiss National Bank and the Swiss Stock Exchange, they're really deeply developing application and digital assets. So I'm very happy about this, and I'm very happy to have here today my guests. So let's start with a small, very short introduction. Xionan, right? Sorry for my Chinese pronunciation. Head of Innovation and Digital Assets at Group Treasury at UBS. So you are responsible for establishing and executing digital assets and blockchain strategy for Group Treasury. Very important and a lot of responsibilities. She leads the team that is responsible for ideation, prototyping and implementing blockchain products and solutions across digital assets, payments and CBDC. And you drive collaboration for research and pilot within UBS, other banks, central banks, and fintech and peer banks, etc. So really trying to expand the adoption of digital assets. So you spent 14 years at UBS, right? A very interesting career. Many positions, among which repo products manager, I think, used to be, and then OTC derivatives, but now really a very important position as head of innovation. So thank you for being here. Then Thomas Moser, probably many knows already you, but a very short introduction. Alternate member of the governing board of the Swiss National Bank, responsible for the SNB DLT and blockchain project and the CBD project. Very important also to expand the adoption of the digital asset in Switzerland. You assume different positions in Swiss National Bank, but also in the International Monetary Fund. You are one of the executive directors, if I'm not wrong. And then you are visiting professor at the University of Lucerne. Many other things, I think, but just make a short, very short CV for you today. Devin Nunes, welcome too. Head of Six Digital Exchange, also chairman of the board of AsiaNext, which is in Singapore, correct? SDX is actually the world's first fully regulated digital exchange and central security depository. Still the only one regulated, or other came up? Now, okay. Oh, okay, perfect. But for sure, the first one, and the first one issuing bonds as digital assets in your exchange. David has the mandate to lead SDX in building the next generation fully regulated digital market infrastructure and establishing SDX as a leader in global institutional digital assets and cryptocurrency services. Right. You have spent 15 years in different positions at State Street, right? Which is a very big one, world's leading provider of financial services for institutional investors. Okay, let's try to start and have a discussion on digital assets and the future of finance and technology. Start with David, okay? Where are we today in terms of digital assets adoption in the regulated space? We are talking about regulated space because if we talk about the whole space, then I think it will take kind of a day to speak about. Here in Switzerland, and what compares this to the rest of the world?
Thank you, Paolo, and it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you, everyone. So I think where we are in Switzerland is at the very forefront of the adoption of digital assets in the regulated space when I think about digital securities. So that's the area that we've been focusing on as a financial market infrastructure provider. And as of today, Switzerland is the only developed economy in the world where we're settling securities transactions in wholesale CBDC. I think what we have within Switzerland, and we'll talk about this I'm sure a bit later, is rather a unique combination in terms of the relationship between the various parts of the financial market infrastructure, which I think consist of the FMI on the one hand, the central bank on the other, and market participants, and obviously issuers such as yourself. So I think where we are is at the very, very forefront, really kind of leading the way when it comes to the adoption in a safe and regulated way of this innovative technology.
Very interesting. And what were the challenges you had to face to reach that point?
Numerous, I think, numerous challenges. And when I say we're at the forefront, we know we've now issued more than 1.4 billion francs worth of bonds on the platform. You are a very loyal customer. Our first repeat customer was City of Lugano, so we're very grateful for that. But so the challenges that we've had, I think, if you look at what's required to get here. Now that we've got ourselves here, we can look back and go, okay, now that makes a lot of sense as to why that was so extremely difficult. And the first thing I think you need to have is clear and effective digital asset regulation. So here in Switzerland, for many years, there has been an effective regulator when it comes to providing regulation around digital assets, whether that's cryptocurrencies or securities on the one hand. And that has led to, initially, the sort of flourishing of innovation that you saw with things like the Crypto Valley, and the fact that we have so many foundations here and so on, I think is testament to the fact that you had that environment here. I think it's also noticeable that despite being at the very forefront of adoption in cryptocurrencies and so on, and providing services in that area, there were no significant sort of customer losses. We didn't have an FTX here in Switzerland. We didn't have a Terra Luna here in Switzerland. And I think a lot of that is to do with the fact that you have a regulator that is effective and has applied effective regulation. So that's like a sort of foundational layer. You can't do anything really substantial without that. And I think Yuval made that point earlier as well about the way that market structure is ultimately predicated on regulation. Then on top of that, I think you need to have regulated blockchain infrastructure. So with the regulation, that provides you the opportunity for someone to implement a blockchain which has the appropriate licenses to actually enable any sort of movement forwards in terms of use cases, adoption, and so on, and actually bring participation onto that blockchain. And in 2021, STX was granted a license to operate a CSD and an exchange based on blockchain technology. So we also achieved that. But very soon after our first issuances, it was clear to us that we needed to tackle the cash leg aspect of it, so we could issue digital securities on blockchain. But the challenge was that we needed to have a riskless settlement asset. We had a tokenized version of Swiss francs, where we hold a reserve at the Swiss National Bank, and organizations, our members, deposit francs with us. We hold them there. We issue tokens. That sounds pretty awesome. It was very innovative at the time, and just about as safe as you could get in terms of cash for this particular purpose. But our members, and UBS was very vocal about this and extremely informative and helpful when they said that won't do at all. If you want to see further adoption and scaling, you need to address the cash leg. It needs to be riskless. I need to not be able to essentially have a capital charge for holding the tokens that I need to have on the blockchain to swap with securities to facilitate transactions. So that was, we were already involved very heavily in a number of pioneering projects that the Swiss National Bank had been carrying out over the years, and that was Project Helvetia Phase 1. When I came on board, we were in the middle of Helvetia Phase 2. You carried out Project Eura, which was the cross-border CBDC, a piece of experimentation. But so very much that particular train was already running, but it was really cemented to us that to scale this sort of application, to actually build FMI, you need to have, as a foundation, a core foundational component, wholesale CBDC. There's other ways you can achieve transactions, but if you want to actually be able to exploit both the power of the blockchain, so things like programmability and so on, you need to have the settlement asset on the same chain as the investment as the investment token, and for that to be the best form of cash for this particular purpose, it needs to be CBDC. So that's another challenge that we're working with the Swiss National Bank to actually ultimately create an environment where everyone was comfortable that we could actually move ahead with this, and the Swiss National Bank could ensure, and I'm sure Thomas will talk about this more in terms of what the requirements were on their side, but that's another piece of the puzzle. And then after that, a big enough network of members such as UBS on that regulated blockchain to actually carry out services and interact with each other, so that actually has value. Because without having members of the network doesn't exist. It needs to have members running nodes and carrying out activities such as issuance, trading and settlement and so on that network. And only then have you finally managed to get to something that looks the same as you already have today in the traditional space, which you might not think is a massive achievement. So you've managed to do exactly the same thing as you do today, but in this new cutting-edge technology. But to be honest, to actually get to that point and actually be able to facilitate any of the value-added use cases that come with blockchain. So, for instance, excitement around exciting applications like more collateral mobility sort of use cases or fractionalization. You can only really get there once you have built these foundational pieces and actually be able to then sustain and support those value-added use cases in a way that is ultimately scalable.
Thank you very much. Talking about risk, I think you have done a great job with SDX, because I remember, or you also remember, our first bond. We took 4 months of discussion with Moody's and the lead manager just to try to understand if the platform could be, let's say, considered a normal platform. Actually, you had a license, so I didn't understand why they went so deep. But then after the question they did, I really realized why. And they could find at the end that the rating was exactly the same. There were no additional material risks. But it took 4 months of discussion, so it was really long and a very interesting experience. But at the end, we said that this is now, as you said, a normal bond. So we have done all this to reach upon this normal bond, but it's in a digital world. So that's a big step ahead. Xionan, right? Sorry for the pronunciation. If you want to add something on the top of David, and maybe you can bring some examples of adoption of digital assets within UBS. UBS is really active on this, so please give us some insights.
Thanks, Paulo, and it's extremely pleasure for me to be here today. Thank you very much. So UBS, indeed, as you said, is an early adopter of the digital assets and innovation strategy. So from my personal perspective, since 2018, we've already started getting our hands dirty in the digital asset space. So 2019 was our first live transactions on the blockchain platform called HQLAX, where we did a collateral swap with another 2 banks. It was a relatively smaller sizes back then, 20 million euro. However, that was already live transaction in production. Then you might be asking me, okay, what more? Why we haven't seen more collateral swaps and repo executed on similar platforms? There's multiple reasons. One of them is definitely the network effects. So if you're looking into the European regions, you can see we do not really have a large platform or a mature network of networks to bring a lot of members coming in, which means the liquidity on such platforms is relatively small. However, from the repo and the collateral space, the unlocking the incumbent asset is actually a really big thing. That's a use case that we want to explore. Other things that we have been explored in the digital asset space, including similar to yourself, we have issued our first digital bond on the SDX platform 2 years ago, and recently we launched another one, follow the Project Helvetia steps. Apart from that, we're also quite active in exploring the central bank digital currency projects, including working with SMB, but also looking into tokenized deposits. How do we making the transaction banking more efficient? I think when we're looking at the business model and the digital assets adoption, we really have to look into the use case of ourselves, because different banks and different type of entities will have different use case. For UBS, we are both active in capital markets as well as transaction banking. That's why my deliverables across both worlds. But you can easily imagine for a smaller banks, maybe they focus more in like day-to-day retail banking. So the network required to bring the institutional adoption will be very different to what's required from UBS side. So last but not least, I think the collaboration with the central bank and with market infrastructure provider is extremely important. I think without help of Project Helvetia Phase 3, we wouldn't be able to have a safe asset to settle the bond and trade the bonds that we have issued. And without the collaboration with SDX, we wouldn't have a bridge with the SIX that can provide us with liquidity that is required for an institutional grade digital bond. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thomas, a question for you. We'll talk about Helvetia 3 in the next questions, but I think there was an announcement some days ago about the Swiss National Bank realizing another world first, issuing the first tokenized monetary policy operation. Can you tell about this very productive example of a new digital asset?
Yeah, thank you very much. So indeed, we do monetary policy by steering interest rates, and to do that we have to either inject liquidity or withdraw liquidity from the markets. And what we did, we actually used the SDX platform to issue our own bill to withdraw liquidity. We do that in the traditional financial market regularly to steer liquidity, but we used specifically SDX to do this in the digital way. So indeed, we were the first central bank to do a monetary policy operation on a distributed ledger.
Oh, that's exciting. And as a Swiss person, I think we never make enough advertisement of what we do in Switzerland. Imagine in the US, you do something like this, they will talk about 10 years and do great marketing on that. But you know, guys, you know, Swiss National Bank, I mean, it's an amazing Swiss National Bank, a central bank like this, no other country has. Okay. So let's talk now about Helvetia 3, which is one of the more fantastic cases, I think, in digital asset today, still today in the world. Thomas, can you tell more about Helvetia 3 project? What is this? At what point are you? What the challenges were to set up this fantastic project, which I was also part?
Exactly. Thank you very much. As my two colleagues already mentioned, I think what is essential for a financial market based on tokenized assets to really work at scale, you need on the cash side a riskless asset. And the only riskless asset is central bank money within each currency. And so you can do it differently. You could also hook up the DLT to the bank accounts that the financial institutions have to the central bank. So this is the Link project, which we also looked at. But I think, as just mentioned in the previous panel, to really get the full benefits of blockchain or distributed ledger technology, you really need to have all assets on one platform. And that's exactly what we did by issuing a wholesale CBDC on SDX for the cash side. So SDX therefore has now, since December 1st of last year, we went live. We are in a production environment. We provide wholesale CBDC, wholesale in the sense that it's not for retail use, it's only for the financial institutions that are onboarded on SDX, but they can use for settlement, for the cash side of the transactions, to settle securities. They can now use central bank money in the form of a wholesale CBDC. And I think this is, as we heard, this is essential for the market to work at scale. And also, as David said, I mean, we are, and you said, we are still there. We're basically replicating now the current financial system on the blockchain. We are also very happy to see that the digital securities that have been issued, the tokenized securities, including the city of Lugano, they are being used by market participants as collateral. So they are really now equivalent to the traditional assets. And now the next step, I guess, will be exactly how can we go further? How can we now use all the creativity and new things that you can potentially do on the blockchain?
Thank you, Thomas. David, what about the infrastructure? When you added the CBDC, were there any challenges or was kind of integrated very easily?
It was relatively simple, actually. So we were already issuing tokenized Swiss francs. So for us, one of the benefits or the aspects of the blockchain technology is that these are all just tokens. What makes them on a blockchain? What makes them interesting or what makes them relevant is the legal kind of construct around them. So in the case of wholesale central bank digital currency, well, that's a legal entity. It only exists in the context of regulation, and only the Swiss National Bank is allowed to mint those particular kinds of tokens. So for us, it meant that onboarding the Swiss National Bank onto the platform so that they could run a node and mint central bank money on our blockchain. So that's all sounds pretty exciting, but actually for us wasn't a massive lift from a technological perspective because again these are just tokens. So I think it's one of the sort of the beauties of this technology is that you can build relatively easily. I think it's never been a case that the technology itself was something we needed to prove that worked. In fact, that was something that Helvetia 1 had essentially proven out, that technologically you could support this. So we knew that for a long time. the challenges that we face are not really ones around technology. They're much more related to adoption, regulation, and confidence and onboarding and so on, rather than actually does the technology do what it's meant to do.
Thank you, David. Xionan, you issued your second digital bond. This second one, I think, end of May, I think it was. And this one was settled with CBDC, right? So tell us your experience and, you know, the challenges you face and positive and negative of this operation.
So I think for our second bond, it's relatively easier than the first one compared with the effort, because that we have already built a lot of experiences working with SDX and also working with the SMB on Project Helvetia. I think the benefits of this digital bond of using the CBDC is actually very significant. If you're asking me about the learnings that we have gained, you know, since Helvetia phase 2, 3, as well as the 2 digital bonds, I would say the number one is for an institution like UBS, it's very critical to working with the central banks together and support the central banks and the market innovation. Not only because SMB or CHF is important for us, but also the learnings we have gained from this experience can allow us to adopt other digital currencies issued by other central banks in the future, if that day comes. So we have access to the likes of the ECB, the Fed, and Bank of Japan, for example. So we do not want a situation where we have to have very bespoke connectivities with all the different central banks when a digital currency is launched by those central banks. That would be a very, very expensive infrastructure investment for us. A second thing that I think we have learned is that liquidity fragmentation is something we would like to avoid. So today we have the reserve as a central bank in the digital format. We're going to one day maybe see a digital currency launched by the central banks. So how do we deal with liquidity and forecast the liquidity usage in the format of different types of central bank money? This, like for example, like yourself, you're from the treasury background, same as myself. So from treasury perspective, if we could not forecast our liquidity usage in different types of money, it will be very detrimental. So yeah, overall, I think it's really important for us to understand how do we integrate the CBDC into not only the infrastructure and core banking, but also into our treasury process, our finance process, our balance sheet, that everything should really be synchronized, make no difference than the traditional central bank money.
Very well. I think we don't have much time left. Let's talk about the future, because you know the name of the panel is Navigating the Future of Finance and Technology. David, what about the next steps for SDX and Switzerland to stay? What we have to do to stay competitive in these international financial markets that are becoming more and more competitive, also thanks to the digital asset adoption?
Well, I really think that Switzerland has this tremendous advantage now because it has got behind this this technology and has achieved this degree of adoption. And both what Shannon was saying, as well as the sort of the more public display of that. So on the one hand, you have an entire community of market participants who have now serious experience and capabilities, capacity, understanding of digital assets. So that goes beyond just this SDX on the one, and I think that's a benefit for the entire ecosystem here in Switzerland. So that's one thing. I think the fact that we've managed to get to what I'd like to consider to be sort of digital equivalence with the traditional infrastructure, that is an enormous achievement, because at this point in time we're at the state where whereas the last sort of 2.5 years of our experience have been issuing bonds and moving the needle forwards in terms of addressing these challenges to get to that equivalence level, we're now at a position where we tripled our membership last year. We have a really amazing pipeline of additional members onboarding at the moment onto the platform. So that network is really building now. And what we saw off the back of really the CBDC project, sort of indicating that that there is a roadmap forwards for that risk settlement asset, that key foundational piece that gives the market participants the confidence to onboard onto these sort of platforms. What we've seen now is a change of the conversation. So now our new members and our existing members are coming to us And instead of just going, I want to issue a digital bond, how do you do that? They have digital asset aspirations themselves that they think they can realize on regulated blockchain, and they come to us with use cases that are things you can't do within the traditional financial infrastructure. So that's, again, the use cases around collateral mobility, fractionalization, more transparency around books and records, and ultimately the idea of actually shared ledgers, ultimately replacing components of core banking systems. Those are the conversations that we're now having, and those are the applications we're now implementing, because you can get to that point in time, but only after you've built up this foundation. So that's where I see the sort of the future lies, is in actually be able to realize the promise of the blockchain technology in this regulated space.
Do you think we can keep this competitive advantage, or we have to rush to find some new application to stay competitive because the other ones are coming up fast?
I don't think it's time to be complacent, that we could be sitting on our laurels and go, okay, well, how great is Switzerland? We managed to get our CBDC launched and everything. Isn't that cool? No, I think there's no time to waste. I think that as an FMI, I can see that the other financial market infrastructure providers in our space are also rolling out substantial digital asset programs themselves. So we see that happening in Germany with Deutsche Börse. We see Euronext and their bond issuances. We understand that LSEG are also investing heavily in the space. So there is clearly competition kind of from that perspective. But there's also generally, I think, to maintain your edge in financial services as an economy in the future, and given the emphasis on financial services in Switzerland, to remain competitive versus new entrants into the market that we didn't see like a generation ago, like Dubai and so on, as well as the increased rise of Singapore, for instance, as a center for providing financial services. I think to maintain that competitive edge, then really leaning into this technology to see exactly what you can build out that will differentiate you within that global marketplace, I think that's absolutely critical, and that market participants should be seeing, what can we really do with blockchain to generate new services and maintain innovation in this space, given how significant it is for the country as a whole.
Thank you, Thomas. What about the future of Helvetia project? Are you going to continue? I think yes, because you announced something, but please give us some more insight and where we are going, where we lead this.
Yeah, you're right. We just announced that we are going to continue Helvetia pilot. So in the sense that we are committed to continue to provide wholesale CBDC in a production environment. What we also want to do is to increase actually the scope. So first of all, of course, we are very happy that new banks come on. So there will be more liquidity on the platform. We also will see new use cases. Hopefully also use cases that do not just replicate what we have seen. And then we also have to increase the scope in the sense that so far we have provided wholesale CBDC only on an intraday basis. And the end goal will be to have that also on an overnight basis. And then we get into the issues mentioned with liquidity fragmentation, balance sheet issues. So there's still a lot to learn.
Good. And Xionan, what about the advantages for the banking sector as a whole for a full adoption of digital asset? Where are the advantages?
I think the advantage is certainly the cost reduction, risk reduction, as well as the efficiency gain. Because eventually, if we do have a perfect world, everything is on blockchain, we should really have no problem with real-time settlements. We have no problem with the netting even. So we should really be able to see a efficiency gain from the balance sheet perspective, de-risking the balance sheet and making the assets as well as the balance sheet usage more efficiently from the bank perspective. So I think it's not just a technology fantasy, oh, how cool we have a new technology. It's all about how do we actually generate more commercial value with less resource, but with cooler technology, as well as with the most safest asset like the central bank money behind us.
Okay, to conclude, maybe the same question for all of you, maybe in just 1 minute statement. What is your opinion on the importance of banks like UBS, for instance, to collaborate with central banks, the fintech companies, and market infrastructure?
It is a paramount because so far all of our activities is collaborating with central banks or with the market infrastructure provider, because it is a network game in the end. Without collaboration, we will never get there. Fintech companies, definitely. A couple of names I mentioned earlier, including HLEX. They are fintech. I think SDX, fintech/market infrastructure provider, regulated by FINMA. So I think the financial technology firm, they have great resource and intelligent people that can actually make up a lot of resource constraints of large banks like UBS.
So I think Switzerland's kind of unique in terms of the way that it's set up around the capital markets here. Specifically, the Swiss financial centres sort of constituents of having the central bank, the regulator, market participants, and a market participant-owned infrastructure. So SIX is completely owned by its members. One of the few out there, few FMIs that's still the case. So you can achieve a degree of orchestration, which to achieve what we've done here in terms of moving the market forwards and getting adoption, that orchestration and leveraging SDX as a vehicle for that orchestration is something which has certainly been of great benefit to us. As a Swiss financial centre. So having market participants be able to actually repeatedly use production infrastructure, which they also own, I think is a tremendous help on the one hand. On the other hand, it means that the Swiss National Bank knows that there is a venue available for them to further their own ambitions when it comes to investigating tokenized central bank money. And that coordination is something which I haven't seen sort of replicated elsewhere, because that's simply not the structure that exists elsewhere. I also feel that there's something uniquely Swiss about what I've experienced since I came here, around this sort of way of working, which is there's a tremendous amount of sort of discussion and arguments, and it's all very, and which is great. I think it's very important. But when a consensus is achieved, ironic given it's blockchain, when a consensus is achieved, there's a tremendous amount of unity behind that particular project and actually pushing it forwards for the benefit of everyone. And I think that's, again, something which is uniquely Swiss and something else, another reason why Switzerland has managed to achieve what it has done in this space.
Yeah, so as it has been said, what is very unique is that already the traditional financial sector in Switzerland is a collaborative effort in terms of the infrastructure we use, as David just mentioned. For us as a central bank, of course, it's important to collaborate, to understand what is needed by the financial market participants, because we are not the innovators. The innovation has to come from the private sector. I think our task is not to hinder innovation, not to stand in the way, and then try to understand what is needed and then provide it that actually the innovation can happen.
Thank you very much. Do we have still a couple of minutes for questions?
I have many, but I'll try to keep it tight. So, often I hear central banks talking a lot about issuing the central bank digital currency on their ledger. Why isn't it more pervasive to think about issuing on all the ledgers? Given money's utility is really driven by how often and where it's accepted, why isn't the strategy more often to just be absolutely everywhere? And I really love Paulo's question about competition. What do you think about expanding your currency into other capital markets, given that you have this edge and first mover advantage on a central bank digital currency?
So maybe I should first mention that we only have a wholesale CBDC at this stage. When we came to the conclusion that retail CBDC is not needed at the current stage, but we are actually issuing it on a third-party platform. It's not our own platform, and I think that's because that's the way that we have been working from the beginning. Our payment system is run by SIX, so we mandate them to run it for us. Our monetary policy actions are done on a third-party platform, and also our wholesale. So this is. I mean, that's part of the we are part of the project Agora, and that's actually a very large project with 7 central banks who have been invited to participate, and there you have this unified ledger, which has also been mentioned before, and I guess there we will look into further use cases to have these all tokens again, including tokenized deposits from UBS on that ledger. So we are totally open to that. I mean, it's in the end a question of access policy. And the same way as you give access now to different corporations to have an account with us, we have a access policy in who gets a wholesale CBDC. And I mean, the basic requirement is to be regulated and supervised. But basically, yes, we are open to that idea.
I think we are done. Thank you very much. It was very interesting.
Thank you very much, panel. You get chocolates. Maybe while we're changing, I have good and bad news for you guys. The bad news is the last item point on the agenda is me. The good news is I'll keep it short. So if you keep, your energy up for another 10 minutes, I'm gonna talk about why we have now banks talking about crypto. Because when I was in the industry, first time, like almost 10 years back, we had this wonderful idea of killing banks. And some banks got recently killed, but not because of Bitcoin. But I'm going to deep dive into why banks have become important. And actually, where's the clicker? I think Paula. Oh. Thank you. And the second question I'd like to delve into, why has it happened in Switzerland? And I think there's a reason for that, why it happened. So I'm going to present our second edition of the Digital Asset Custody Report, which sounds a bit like a boring topic, custody. But when we did our first report last year, it was quite a hot topic because we just had FTX and people realized there can be issues. And maybe, obviously, all of this would have never been possible without our wonderful sponsors who are taking, some of them are taking pictures. I'd just like to repeat, we have STX who just presented. Thank you for being a sponsor, Swissquote, Script, BBVA, and Crypto Finance, who got actually bought by Deutsche Börse, so as it says up there. And also we have our industry partners, the Zurich Banking Association, the Capital Markets Technology Association, and the Asset Management Association, who have been helping us with the report. So thank you very much. But as I said, as a bit of a setting of the scene, if you think back to 2008 when the white paper was written by Satoshi Nakamoto, the idea, it was very much a reflection of the great financial crisis back then. I don't know if you still remember. I was around, I was in hedge funds, and we literally thought the world will end. And I think that paper was very well received because it had this idea, we do away with intermediaries. That was written in the paper. And basically what it meant, we don't want banks anymore. And the idea was that we're going to give everyone a bank in your pocket. So every one of you in the future are going to have a bank, and you don't need banks anymore, and we're not going to have national banks and UBSs on panels anymore. Well, it hasn't turned out that way, as we just realized, and which is a good lesson that sometimes, technological developments happen in unexpected ways and not maybe the way it was expected by whoever invented the white paper. But what is actually this idea then of owning your own, I don't know if you know that, but this creative of not your keys, not your coins, that was very much in the DNA back in the days. When I was in the community back here, we had meetups. I know Rolf is like smiling and remembering. Those were the days. We thought like we're never going to talk about banks and the regulator anymore. Guess what? We're talking a lot about the banks and regulators. But that was the idea. And that's how we set off. But the reality check then happened, I think, like for most of us who had crypto, either we lost our keys because we're not good with passwords, or we had it with Mt. Gox or FTX. Somehow those coins disappeared in magical ways, and it made it clear to a lot of participants, in order to make this really widely used in a wider population, that's maybe just one option of doing it. Maybe there are better ways. And I think this offering of choice to different market participants, this is very much behind why we're sitting here today. And that's the point I'm trying to make in the next couple of slides. And maybe just to showcase how big such an impact can be, as all of you, I'm sure, have been following the ETF launches we had in the US, I mean, that brought a lot of new investors into this new digital asset class. And I guess, more is better in that sense, you know. If crypto or Bitcoin only is used by very few people, it's not that useful. So the more people are using it, the better. So it shows how the moment you have a product with an IC number that you can buy through your bank account, hey, people start buying it, no, because they like it as a new digital asset. So it shows that offering choice to consumers out there who are not always very technologically savvy can actually help. With further ado, I'm not going to go through all the numbers because we're going to publish the report tonight by 12 o'clock, by midnight. We're still doing the last revisions. You can download it on our website from midnight onwards, Homeofblockchain.swiss. I'm just not going to bore you with the numbers, but just a few things that is important to say. We had like 36 respondents. Last year was one less. What has happened, there's a bit of restructuring going on in the industry. Some people are restructuring. Some people dropped out or opted out. Some disappeared, and some new entrants have entered the industry. But even though the number doesn't sound very big, good, very great, we're in custody, so it's quite a basic service. And what I'll try to show to you, we have quite a wide spectrum of services that have developed in only a very few years, which shows how strong the ecosystem is. And what is interesting, we have it starts from a what they call relay. I think that's how it's pronounced. The Bitcoin app. They offer just one item. You can buy Bitcoin. So they offer one token, and you have like the big custody providers, technology providers. The biggest one offers you access to 1,100 coins. I don't know what the recent count is, how many coins are out there. Ralph, you know that? Whatever, you know, 20,000. I don't know, but they're offering at least to 1,000 coins access. And what is interesting, and that has been about the same about last year. I don't do a last year comparison for the simple reason that the base has changed a bit, so it would be a bit misleading. But the overall trend, I think, is correct. And what I like to call about more than two-thirds of the industry participants I interviewed are somehow licensed or regulated. It can be self-regulatory, it can go all the way to the banking industry. And that's an interesting thing. So Switzerland has always been driving adoption within regulatory means. And I think there's quite a contrast to the US that has up to now no clear guidance, and we have seen what can happen. So Switzerland always said, let's offer different licenses and regulatory status, and we let the industry adhere to them, and we hopefully have responsible innovation. So that's what you see in the middle. What is also very interesting, I think, on the international context, we have several state-owned banks that are offering crypto services. They're owned by the government, by the different states. And I don't know anyone else. I'm still probing everyone. Anyone knows any other state bank offering crypto services on this planet? I don't know. I'm not going to say excluding it, but it's pretty unique that we have state-owned banks offering services. And what's also interesting, we have now almost 41.7% of the providers are now offering custody services for security tokens. There's a little caveat. Definitions can vary between security tokens. So I know there are experts in the room who deal with custody. They can come forward and explain that not every security token is a security token. But it was said today in one of our sponsor, Aktionärat, you can tokenize your shares, or actually that's not the best, or you can issue your shares on the blockchain in Switzerland. It's legal tender entity. You don't need paper anymore. You can do that. And again, I'm only aware of Switzerland having done that. So it shows how far the ecosystem has developed. And what I also find very interesting, it's only very handful, but the first banks have started offering wallet services, which I think is very interesting because, again, historically, the wallet was the thing you have to keep your coins from the banks. And now the banks have realized that one bank is offering e-banking integration into the wallet. So you can transfer and fiat and all that. And it shows, and that's the underlying trend, what I'll show you in the next slide, is this ecosystem has been around for 10 years. The first companies were incorporated in 2013, Lücke and Bitcoin.swiss. And it has really matured. And what I'll show to you, it has matured together with the client journey. So with further ado, I think that's the most exciting chart. You can't probably read all the items. So I give you just a few flavors. So on the left hand, you have the pure wallets. So you have typical wallets like a Relay, or Relay, whatever you want to call it. On the left, you have Tor wallet, you have Swiss Fortress, you have a few wallets. And what's interesting, as you can see, some banks have now started to offer wallet services. Where's the clicker? I don't know. Does it work? I don't know. One of them is BBVA that offers wallet integration. You can't really see it. It's the fourth one on the top. So it's a bank that is now offering integration with wallets. And there's a few more who are doing that. So it's really interesting to see how they start to offer wallet services as a bank, in order to enable customers to integrate with the e-banking. So that's one. Elysium is another wallet. Then you have, we don't have any non-licensed, we probably have, but we didn't list them, but we have licensed exchange and brokers. And that column is very busy for the simple reason, having a regulated exchange is very important for banks. We have regulated brokers, trading venues. Obviously, with the recent problems like Binance and others, the counterparties have become more important. And just recently we had, I think, beginning of this year, Rule Match launch. It's a trading venue exclusively for bank. So even in this space, we see how Switzerland is start to build a regulated infrastructure to enable digital asset adoption. Then you have what I call custody. It's a custodian. We had this sort of item because certain providers don't fall in any bucket. Unfortunately, now a lot of the providers say, oh yeah, we do custody. Yes, it's a custody report. That's why in the report. So you can sort of ignore that. But what is also interesting, we have a few technology solution providers. And we have also, for example, Carla here with Core Technologies, who's wearing different hats. So she's been in the space for a long time. And that's something very interesting about Switzerland. Because a lot of time we think about the Swiss, well, you have banking. But a lot of those services you're seeing here include a lot of tech. A lot of tech has been developed. And I think I was very happy to hear Digital Assets, their engineering team is here in Zurich. So there's a lot of competence that has been developed in Switzerland among the banks and other service providers, how to facilitate that, from smart contracts to integration to other to settlement. And we have, with Carl and some others, people, and Signum is here as well. Thomas, hello, at the back. And so really a lot of in-house development, and it's not only just offering a service, but really deep tech development that is required to offer those services. So that's you have in this technology solution provider. Then you have financial service providers. SRO, the self-regulatory organization, is a very popular form if you're not a bank and you're not a trading venue. You have some AML you have to do, so quite a few institutes have that. And obviously on the very right, you have sort of bank and bank equivalent. So those is the most highest regulated. And you can see there's many banks. And as I mentioned before, we have a few Swiss cantonal banks. They're state-owned banks. We have Zuger Kantonalbank in the bottom left. We have St. Galler, you can't really see it, and we have Lucerne Kantonalbank, and we have Postfinance, which is on a national level, but also a state-owned bank. So you have a lot of state-owned banks, and this is a bit the conundrum I said in the beginning. Actually we were out to kill the banks, and all of a sudden the banks are all over the place. But I think it's about offering choice and convenience, and it was mentioned this afternoon by several panelists. Wallets are still not that easy to use. There's a lot of technology. You need to keep the private keys and so on. Would I give it to my mom? No, I wouldn't. So, but if she wants to buy it, or my dad did it, he bought Bitcoin as an ETF, and you can do it if you like it. And if you want to have a wallet, you can do that too. And Switzerland is all about choice. And the last observation I'd like to make is that you can see there's a few players that offer quite a lot. So there's a lot of boxes they tick. One of them, let's say Crypto Finance, one of our sponsors, they also offer wallet services. They have their own wallet technologies, their HMS technology. They have a licensed brokerage, they have custody, technology services, and they're owned by Deutsche Börse, and they're sort of regulate the equivalent of a bank. And interesting, they've been around, they were sold to Deutsche Börse, and as you can see, they have been developing their services along the customer journey. So the bigger or the longer the ecosystem has been around, the better the services they've been creating to match it. Another one that's been around for a while is Swissquote, is further down. Where is it here? I don't know if you can see it, but the same thing. And also Signum, I know Signum has only ticked this. I don't know, probably compliance said they're only allowed to tick this. But I know they offer services as well. So what is interesting now, some of those providers who've been around longer have now started offering services or plug-in services to other banks. Signum is working with Lucerne Kantonalbank. You know, they're now offering the services. Crypto finance is working with other institutions. So what you have been seeing with this evolvement of the ecosystem, not only is the service level has been expanded, or the service offering, also actually the go-to-market has sort of been accelerated, because you can build now on companies that have developed the technology, that they have developed the services. So it's easier to build, to acquire that, or just to buy it, versus building yourself. And I think this is the big testament to what I initially said, that banks and financial intermediaries, those are all financial intermediaries, they do play a role in order particularly for a more institutional adoption of the crypto and digital assets. As again, if you want to download it from tonight on our website, you can study it in detail. Just to finish up, and that's what I promise you, and then I'm done, is that why has this happened in Switzerland? No? Why has this development happened? So you can say maybe it has been a bit of luck. Some foreigners who came here and had crazy ideas. Vitalik was one of them. But I give you a real life example, and it was touched upon today on one of the panels. Like, I don't know if you followed the staking debate in the US, but it seems like the US approach when it comes to coins or to crypto and digital assets is let's sue each other. So, you know, the SEC has been suing Coinbase, and Coinbase is suing SEC, and they're all been suing each other. So it seems like it's like innovation by using lawyers and suing each other and go to the court. So that's the American approach, and it's still not very clear if it's now the old debate is now Ethereum security or not. Apparently, recently there was a ruling saying it's not. Let's see. It's very confusing, but obviously that's the American way, and I think you all agree it creates a lot of problem for the industry. In contrast, here we go. This is actually the Swiss Blockchain Federation. The director is sitting over there, Pascal, if you want to hit him up. He's been instrumental. He brought the industry together because the FINMA, the regulator, had a bit of a, let's say, a very strict ruling on how to treat staking. Basically, you had to be, Rolf Weber was involved too. It was very strict in saying basically you had to be a bank. If you're not a bank, you can't do staking. And the industry got together and what is now nicely called clarified after a lot of pushing and shoving and tantrum at the FINMA regulator, but still, no one sued each other, to my knowledge. No one got sued. And it was a compromise was found. I know we can debate if that's the best or not, but at least I think it showcases, it contrasts the American approach to the Swiss approach. And I think that's fundamental. So we really can talk to each other. It's a small community. And if you have the right associations or backing, like the Swiss Blockchain Federation, you can actually be heard. But in order to finish, so it's easy to say crypto, yeah, that's a Swiss thing. We have the crypto valley. I'd like to expand that. Does anyone know who that gentleman is on the left? I think anyone doesn't know him, but there's someone. Oh, okay. This is Jensen Huang, founder of NVIDIA, you know, of the NVIDIA hype. So that was in April on stage. And he was on stage with robots. Who has seen that? Has everyone watched his keynote? A few. Okay. The ones who've seen it are not allowed to answer. Those are robots. Which robot is real? There's one robot that's real. Is it the big one, the left, the middle, the right, the small Star Wars-like robot? And any guess? Just any guess. One of them is real. Chance is real. Yeah, he's not an avatar. And any guess? What's your pick? Which robot? Rolf, I put you on the spot. Rolf, you have to choose a robot. Which robot is real? Which one? The small or the big one? Yes, wonderful. Correct. That little tiny thing is actually real. It's the Star Wars robot. That was on stage in Silicon Valley with currently the hottest founder ever. And you know where the robot comes from? I'm so happy you don't know. He comes from 1,000 meters from here, up the road, ETH, Disney Research Lab. That thing, this is a photo I took. My daughter petted it and spoke it. So what I'm trying to say, we're not only good in crypto, we seem to be good in a few other technologies. I was on VivaTech in about a month ago. That's the biggest conference in France. Yann LeCun was on stage. He's the godfather of AI. He's the Meta AI research head. And he was on stage and he unprompted said, besides the US and China, the best location for research in AI is in Zurich. He said that on stage. So something the Swiss need to be doing right. So what is the secret ingredient, why we do all those clever things? And basically, it's this. If you think about, there's two ways of innovations at the moment. There's a lot of innovation happening when you have the UK government, the Saudi government saying, we're going to have an AI fund. We're going to put 4 billions, 40 billion, 7 trillions, whatever number you can think of. We're going to invest that, and then we're going to be the leader in AI, what autonomous driving, drones, whatever you want. So for a lot of people, it's like, yeah, that makes sense. If you put just a lot of money to work, it will result into success. It has to, because it's a lot of money, you know. We're used to that, to the VC funding model. But the interesting thing is I was a politician for 7 years, and I can tell you something. Whenever the government gives you money, it wants something in return. Always, always. They have wonderful ideas. All of a sudden, you have wonderful people from the government who also want to have, they have an innovation idea as well. They want to have something. They want to have a little this and that. So you get whenever the government gives you money, it sounds very nice in the beginning. It's very tempting when Macron gives you money, when Saudi Arabia gives you money. But the governments always want something in return. Trust me, they always want that. Otherwise, they're not going to. Politicians don't do anything because they think it's just nice. They want something in return. And the contrast is Switzerland. We don't do that. Sirpa knows very well from Swiss and Global Enterprise. Unfortunately, the Swiss never do economic development policy. We don't do that. The government doesn't say we have a fund. I know it's a very old story. Should there be an innovation fund? We're still discussing it. Maybe one day, but we don't have it now. So we Swiss don't throw money at it. But how do we end up with this amazing technology in AI without throwing insane amount of money at it? Well, how did we build a crypto valley? And my biggest learning is what you need for innovation is actually not essentially money. You need the freedom to experiment and be creative. You don't want the government to get in your way. And Switzerland has been very good, and the Crypto Valley has shown that the government doesn't, it helps when you're required to help, but it gets out of your way. And the freedom to experiment and the freedom to innovate, I do believe strongly, is Switzerland's secret sauce. And that's why the godfather of AI, unprompted, in his home country, name drops Switzerland as the leading AI country. With that, I thank you very much. Please download the report at midnight, spread it and read it, and thank you very much for coming. I'm trying, I've been proud. I'm not joking. We started